Okay, it's recording.
Very good. Okay. So I'll call this meeting to order. We would like to recognize that collectively we are on the unceded territories of all of the First Nations within our regional boundaries. A motion to approve the agenda, please. Moved by Director Mayor, second by Director Birch-Jones. Question, all in favor? Opposed? Motion carries. We now have, courtesy of Director Weeb, a regional moment from the District of Lillooet. Graham, what's happening with that? You're going to do something, aren't you?
Yep, I will be sharing that.
I'm hoping so. Graham, do I have to tell you when to change slides, or will you just automatically do it?
If you can just give me a cue, that would be appreciated.
Okay.
There we go.
Terrific. Good morning, everybody. I'm really hoping that my computer doesn't freeze up and I have to go in and out. So I guess today I'll be providing a very brief picture of some of what is going on in Lillooet at this moment. You can change there, Graham. To start, Lillooet has, Lillooet has been seeing some movement in downtown construction and facade improvements. Next slide. Lillooet is going to be getting a Tim Hortons. It will be located at the far end of town. So if anyone needs a Timbit, they will see everything else Lillooet has to offer and will hopefully be encouraged to stop and shop. Next slide. This is a welcome improvement over the old A&W building that currently exists on the lot. And I will say that the A&W crew is staying at our campground under the provincial guidelines, and they have totally gutted this building and donated anything that anybody wanted was just free. Next slide. The Abundance Bakery, which features access off of 8th Street, frontage and a prominent patio area fronting Main Street in the core commercial area. This property is an excellent example of a public-private streetscape. I believe we're on the wrong slide, but that's okay.
Oh, there we go.
Thank you. This is hard to do when I can't see what you're doing. The interface that we would like to see extended down the rest of Main Street and be more pedestrian friendly. That vision of the front area there, that whole frontal lifts up like a garage door, allowing access to their patio. It's absolutely wonderful. It's a great little place to go to meet and greet when you can meet and greet. Next slide. On the recreation side of things, we have established the Lillooet Board of BMX Association. The association's mandate to find a location and design for a new skate park, as our existing skate park was made of wood and we have dismantled it, and thanks to the SLRD's generous taking care of our dumping fees, everything has been carted away from there that we will not be able to use. We're currently applying for grants to fund the design and engineering, and we are hoping to operate this as a rec facility. We have someone lined up to donate skateboards and helmets that can be rented out from the recreation center, and we are looking forward to possibly doing summer camps and competitions to use the new facility when it's up and running, hopefully by next summer. Next slide. I'm pleased to announce that Lillooet has contracted Modus to help us create our brand new complete 2009, so we're well overdue to revisit it. Modus will help us with engagement engagement during social distancing, and also address our housing needs report, which is required by the province. While we have hit a pause button for the moment, we hope to resume in early summer. Next slide. Modus will guide council and staff through a robust engagement strategy, and we of course hope to include and invite our well-known electoral Area B Director, Vivian Birch-Jones, in the process.
Thank you.
Next slide. I'm happy to announce that on May 21st, we were awarded a grant from the Northern Development Initiative Trust for Economic Development Capacity Building, more important now than ever. Our goals for this position is that it will establish and lead an economic recovery advisory committee, development, help with a recovery plan, build relationships in the community, and give us an economic development future growth plan. It is intended to start as soon as possible and final deliverables in February of 2021. Next slide. I'm hoping I'm on the right slides.
Oh, you're one behind.
Oh, I'm one behind. Okay, maybe Graham can catch up. I'm probably talking too fast. In what has been a year-long struggle, the district website has been lillooetbc.ca. Lillooet.ca was owned by someone else, and our new CAO spent an evening tracking down this individual and was able to purchase the domain name at quite a reasonable price. I'm happy to report that anyone searching lillooet.ca will now find our website and not a Russian adult site, which was not all that entertaining. And that is it. I tried to keep things short and sweet just to give you, seeing as this is the first time I've done this, I'm a little nervous, but that's what's going on in Lillooet at the moment. Thank you.
Oh, thank you, Barb. That was really interesting. And,
Bravo.
so
Hi,
when's
Vivian.
that Tim Hortons actually going to be brewing coffee then?
Well, they were saying late October, early November, but from talking to the contractor that, like I say, has totally gutted the building, it's just phenomenal how fast they work. He's saying September.
So that will be a stop of interest when we finally manage to get a northern tour.
There you go.
There, right. Okay, well, that puts us just about on schedule now for Melissa. So, Graham, is Melissa waiting for us?
She is. I'll just admit her.
There she is. Good morning, Melissa.
Morning, everyone.
So you're going to talk to us now about the rent bank.
I'd love to
So
do
I'll
that.
just turn the meeting over to you.
Okay, great. I believe someone, hi Jack. I believe someone is going to share screen of presentation that I created. So someone, Graham, is that possible?
Yep, I can do that.
Okay.
Graham, sorry, are Kim and Alex and Claire?
They should all be in here. Oh, Claire.
Okay. Hi. Perfect,
Was on
thank
the way
you.
in, but
Thank you. Sorry for interrupting.
I can get started while that gets set up. First of all, thanks for having me this morning. I can see we're all working from our remote locations and living in a new reality. So I would much prefer these presentations to be in person, but we do what we need to do right now. So I just want to share with you a couple of things about the development of BC Rent Bank this morning, with the goal of giving you some more education about what a rent bank is, and also what we're looking to accomplish through the project. Graham, I don't seem to have control. Oh, there we go. Thanks.
yeah, I'm going to have to control it.
Okay.
Yeah.
I'll just say, I'll cue, I guess then. So
Perfect. Thank you.
I am the project lead for this initiative, and I'm working on behalf of Van City Community Foundation. And so I was hired last year at the end of June to look at the development of a province-wide rent bank. And I'll talk a little bit more about that. If you can just advance to the next slide, Graham. I thought before I got into some of the logistics and details I might share a story with you about a seniors couple who benefited from the rent bank system. And I think it's important because a lot of people have different ideas, and especially right now in COVID-19, we recognize the vulnerability of so many members of our community, and the numbers of those people have increased as a result of loss of employment. But it's really important when we talk about the housing prevention or the housing spectrum of how we can assist people, that we really identify where a rent bank fits and where it's best suited. So I'm just going to share this brief story with you about Jim and Sally from the North Shore part of Vancouver. Jim and Sally had lived in their home for 3 years and were able to pay their rent on time until Jim was unexpectedly laid off from a job that he had been steadily employed at for 5 years. Jim attempted to find employment but was unsuccessful, and this started to impact his mental health, which made it challenging for him to continue his job search. He connected with the Canadian Mental Health Association for support and was able to apply for financial support from the ministry. The outreach worker at the government office referred him to the North Shore Rent Bank, operated by the Harvest Project, for additional support, including coaching, food and clothing items during this difficult time. As time passed, the couple became behind in their rent and bills until finally an eviction notice was served. The financial caseworker at Harvest met with Jim to see if they would be eligible for a rent bank loan. Finding solutions for Jim and Sally meant leaning into community partnerships. The outreach worker from the Canadian Mental Health Association was able to help them apply for monthly income assistance and persons with disabilities assistance. The financial caseworker reviewed their situation and specifically their budget. Jim and Sally were coached to prepare a budget that was realistic to their current situation. As a result, they were able to qualify for the rent bank loan and are now working on achieving their long-term goals, in addition to following the budget with a view on maintaining future housing. So I like to just share a little bit of a personal touch of people who are benefiting from rent banks and to create a little bit of an idea also of what supports are provided. I'm not sure with this group how many of you have heard about a rent bank before, but just to identify some of the key characteristics. A rent bank is a homelessness prevention tool. What we're trying to do is to work upstream and to catch people before they're evicted and they're now looking to be rehoused. The key demographic is low to moderate income earners who are renters in the province of BC. What we want to do with the rent bank is really provide an intervention at that time of crisis. And the financial assistance that comes is in the form of a repayable loan, not a grant or an ongoing supplement. And this is a defining feature of a rent bank. It is a loan, it's not a grant, and this differs from some of the other supports that are available for people such as BC Housing monthly supplements and other housing supports. Graham, do you mind just advancing? Some of the other services, as you heard from Jim's story, some of this is referrals out to community groups or to community partners. But this also involves the role of rent bank coordinators in helping to identify government subsidies. We've seen this really happen during the mid-March to mid-April as the impacts of COVID-19 were felt. Even though many people were not wanting to take a loan during the time of this financial uncertainty, the rent bank coordinators were able to work with them to identify government subsidies, make sure that they had enrolled for things like CERB or the BC Housing monthly benefit that became available. Coordinators also play a really important role. They play the role of mediation. At the time of coming into a rent bank service, sometimes the relationship between the landlord and the tenant has really declined and there's a lot of tension. As well, rent bank coordinators are there for advocacy, making sure that renters know the Rental Tenancy Act and what is within their rights and responsibilities. And the other component is either in-house or outside in the community, some sort of financial literacy or money management skills. This isn't always necessary, as sometimes people are doing really well with the income that they have. It's just not enough, but other people can look at their monthly budget and begin to make changes that will help them with their long-term housing stability. Thanks, Graham. So across our rent banks, some of the shared criteria is that applicants must be 19 years or older. Right now, we're working within defined geographical areas. So for example, a resident of Burnaby must apply through the Burnaby Rent Bank. There must be a determination of a low income status, and we're still working this out, but some people are using what's called the low income cutoff and others are using the BC Housing Hills scale. When applicants come in, they're asked to provide 2 pieces of ID just to verify who they are. If they are looking for assistance with rent that's in arrears, the tenancy agreement is asked for, and then the bank statements just to look at the financial situation. One of the things about rent banks is they can be used really for 3 purposes: rent that has gone into arrears, utilities that's gone into arrears, and then also we can use it to assist people to move into housing, whether that's damage or security deposit or those kinds of things. But the goal with a rent bank loan is not to just put a Band-Aid, but we have to make sure that if we're applying this loan, that actually it's going to help provide some housing stability. So that's why also we ask for some bank statements. The really key thing in the criteria is that there needs to be a demonstrated capacity for repayment. As you can imagine right now, this becomes incredibly difficult to determine, but it's one of the things that we're working through with our rent banks as far as their individual applicants and their capacity for repayment. Evidence that the loan will stabilize housing, and that the reason for the loan is more of the temporary unexpected financial crisis versus an ongoing need for monthly supplement. Thanks, Graham. So just a bit of a history. BC Rent Bank was established, if you know this or not, back in 2018, the province set up a housing task force, and they asked for a list of recommendations from this task force on the rental market. And one of those was that the provincial government should get involved in starting a provincial rent bank. So in the spring of last year, they established a partnership with Vancity Community Foundation, in which funds were transferred to VCF for a project that would last until March 31st, 2022, with the goal of supporting the existing rent banks, but then also strengthening and having a rent bank system. Thanks, Graham. So over this last year, I started at the end of June. We had 6 rent banks at the time. We had 2 other sites, but they were temporarily closed due to a lack of funding. So as of March 2020 this year, we have 10 rent banks in the province. But at the end of this year, we would like to see a minimum of 14 rent banks operational. And by the end of March 31st, 2022, we want to have tested and really been making recommendations for a provincial rent bank system. Thanks. So as far as our role, there are some really key services that we can provide interested parties. One of the key ones is funding, obviously with the money that became available through the province of BC. We want to make sure that new rent banks have the funding that they need to start off. The other part that we've developed is a mentorship support. So any new rent bank that we establish, we connect them with an existing rent bank and their staff to make sure that they are well nurtured and that they don't have to repeat the mistakes of a startup, but they have somebody that they can turn to when they're presented with a challenging situation. Rent banks are a little bit unique, and when you're thinking about staffing, I like to tell people you always want to think of this balance of head and heart. You need to have some financial sense in order to do analysis, but you also need to have that social worker care sense where you can really respond to a person's need. You're not just saying, no, you don't qualify for a rent bank, but it might be, no, you don't qualify, but here's some other supports that we can provide for you. And the other area that rent banks can assist is with obviously providing information and resources. We found this really, really helpful during COVID-19. So right now, all of our rent banks throughout the province meet on a weekly basis. And it's a chance for us to share information and also troubleshoot with each other some of the challenges that we're facing. And really what we're trying to do is establish a professional network of rent bank providers. Thank you. So one of the things that we like to encourage community groups or regional districts like yourself is we have a website, bcrentbank.ca, and there's a Get Started section. And we're just going to be making modifications to that this year, but we've got resources there for you to be able to use in order to look at how you might get a rent bank started. So at the bottom of that page, there's a toolkit that's been developed, which is a 4-part series on how to set up your own rent bank. We also recognize that lots of communities don't really have the financial means to be able to do some of the work that it takes to study the model and develop a rent bank system. So we've established a development fund that a group can apply for, which will give them financial assistance to do stakeholder engagement and look at what is the best model for their area. We strongly encourage a cross-sector planning team, and there's more information about this in the toolkit. But a cross-sector planning team will be really important to look at the whole needs of the community. And we often find that when a planning team is established, there's a part of administering the rent bank where there's also a loan review committee. And often these members of the planning team become part of that review committee. And the last step that we're just looking at right now is an expression of interest. And so I encourage you, and I'll have more information over the next week about what that's going to look like within communities. If you can just advance to the next slide. So when we look at partners within BC Rent Bank, some of the things, though I wouldn't limit it to this, but these are some key characteristics. We want to work with, we find most commonly that nonprofits are the ones that operate a rent bank, and they have experience working with vulnerable populations. So it's not something new. They already have this deep rootedness in community. And it's obviously preferable if they have experience working around the areas of housing. One of the things that we're suggesting right now is that proposals look at serving a larger geographical area. If you can imagine, we don't really want to see 50 new rent banks start and then 25 of them have to collapse. So we're looking at that issue of sustainability. And so while a lot of Metro Vancouver area had their rent banks established before we got started, which are serving just municipality by municipality, we're looking at what might be a model that serves a larger geographical area so that we can reduce the redundancy in staffing and those kinds of things, where some services may be provided through a centralized office. And there may be hub a hub and spoke model where some of the spoke sites or the remote sites still make accessibility really possible for people. We are looking for partners that are already in the community, that they're known, that the community would come beside them, alongside them, behind them, and say, you know what, we support this group being the one that operates the rent bank in our community. If that group had micro loan experience, that would be a huge asset, because obviously the ability to assess a loan and determine if somebody qualifies is very huge. And I think right now this becomes really important in COVID-19. We know that the stability of nonprofits are a little bit at risk. And so there really needs to be a demonstrated capacity to sustain a rent bank, that the nonprofit who applies is in really good financial position and that they can weather this storm and be able to offer this service for many years in the future. Thanks, Graham. So yeah, one of the things that I wanted to speak with you this morning is about just consideration of what a regional approach might look like. And I know we won't be able to answer all the technical questions behind that, but I wanted the opportunity to speak to the regional district just to, you know, plant that seed and say, is there something where there could be a centralized office somewhere on the corridor, and then there's more satellite offices that are able to assist people with this service in the future. So I think my last slide is just an ending slide that says thank you, or an opportunity for questions. So I wanted to keep today's discussion at a fairly high level, just so that I could provide enough information to whet your appetite. And then I thought questions might dictate some of the rest of our discussion.
Well, thank you, Melissa. Question, the Director Race.
Thank you. Interesting presentation, Melissa. Thank you. Where does the funding come from? Where does the money come from that would be loaned out to people?
So we are going to have what we call seed funding, and that'll be a larger portion of the budget. We're asking interested parties to look to have their own 20% of their budget come in from community partnerships. What I've seen in many different areas is, I'll just give you examples, housing foundations or community foundations, financial institutions such as credit unions, municipalities have come in, and as well as private business. So those that are such as housing developers may want to look at social purpose and good, and they come in as financial partners and helping to sustain the rent bank.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair.
Any other questions? Director Stoner?
Thank you. Following on Director Race's question, do you see that model or that percentage shift over time with the rent bank? So 20% partnership for the budget starting, and then does that shift over time?
Well, I have to tell you that we are a pilot project, so we don't have the longevity of knowing exactly how that will look, but we do ask interested groups to start thinking about balancing out more. We won't be able to sustain the ongoing costs of operating a rent bank with the growth of the program. So definitely, I think that we have to own that and say, yes, we would expect that our support would decrease over time, as we hope community support also increases. I'll just mention as well with rent bank loans, we typically see about a 65 to 70% repayment on those loans. So if you have a larger pool of loan capital, you should expect to see a return on that money as well. So you're not looking to have to increase your loan capital as much if you have a larger amount to start with. And a well-managed rent bank can see as high as 80% return on that. Obviously, we're working with vulnerable populations, so that percentage fluctuates from year to year, but that's what we see within an average.
Director Birch-Jones?
Oh dear. Thank you.
There you go.
Okay. First of all, thank you very much. And preventing homelessness, wonderful. And this is a very good idea. And I mean, you have enough to do in Vancouver for sure. But if you're thinking about a provincial-wide province, and if you think of somewhere as small as Lillooet, when I think of our nonprofits, this would be, I think, beyond the capacity. I don't know, Barb. I mean, if I think of our community foundation, for example, I can't see our volunteers that are stretched so far picking this job up. But if I think of the Friendship Center or our Interior Savings Credit Union, would those be potential applicants for this program? Thank you.
Yeah, Friendship Center, we're encouraging nonprofits, not necessarily having to go the full route of having charitable status, but one of the challenges with financial institutions is that they have to report on their loans. And so if people were able to qualify for a financial institution, they would have already gone there for a loan. So this is providing an alternative for people. And what we're really trying to do is, as well as divert people away from institutions like payday loans or any of those types of places, because people will go where they need to go in order to pay their rent. So we're trying to provide an alternative for them. These are often low interest or very small administration costs on the loan every month. So we don't encourage a financial institution to be the one implementing it, because they'll also have to report to the credit bureau. So there's a lot of those pieces that don't make them the ideal partner.
So then a follow-up to that, if you'll permit me, Chair, is just, does the Friendship Center fit in your model? That is a nonprofit. I believe they do have charitable status as well, and they are working already with our vulnerable population.
Yep, when we put out more of an expression of interest, you'll be able to see a little bit more clearly, but our language is that we're encouraging nonprofits, whether they're Indigenous groups or non-Indigenous groups. That's ideally who we're looking for in our partnerships. And the reason I suggest maybe a hub and spoke model, and please understand that we're also growing and learning, and that's our posture, is we don't have all of the answers. We know what has worked as far as operating rent banks, but it's also our first foray into actually expansion. So if you come alongside us, we're gonna go, hey, that worked. That actually didn't work. How do we adjust that? And so that's why we see this as a partnership. But with smaller communities, we know that there often isn't the resources. So there is a bookkeeping aspect to this. When the loan is administered, you also need to set up the repayment of that loan. So we see the services, I came from an organization called Mennonite Central Committee out in Abbotsford, and we were serving the whole Fraser Valley. So our office was in Abbotsford, but we had partners in Chilliwack and Hope and others that would help people get access to the application, maybe even assist them with filling it out. But once that application came back to the main office, then everything else administration was done from that main office to assist in the application.
Melissa, if I could just pick up on something you said earlier, that if I understand this, then we would need, or there would need to be, let's say, a non-profit that would take this on. They would then have to generate the funds which could be loaned to people, and that they could expect not 100% repayment, that there's going to be a leakage there, that there will be some people that will end up not able to repay that loan. So there'll be an ongoing fundraising initiative to maintain that the capital of, if you like, of the rent bank. So
yeah, in addition to staffing, right? So
right.
I can tell you that what we know from our nonprofits running rent banks right now, the average annual cost to run a rent bank for our smaller ones, it's between the $70,000 to $80,000 range a year. And for our largers, like Metro Vancouver, we're looking at $120,000 to run the project every year. But that's measuring just loan capital that's issued. It's not calculating the repayment. So it's not straight out all of that cost, because they actually had Street to Home Foundation invested a substantial amount of money into their loan capital. And they've actually, to this date, been able to just continue to operate off that loan capital. So they're looking for fundraising every year to cover their staffing and administration costs. But we will play a substantial role in establishing it with seed funding, and we expect to provide operating funds. The question becomes, what will become of BC Rent Bank after March 31st, 2022? That's the only, the provincial government gave a one-time financial gift that said, we're giving this amount of money. So we also are exploring what might this look like in the future. So that's why I just hold in honesty and say, we know that we have 2 more years of funding, but we're also determining what will be the model that best serves it after 2022.
Thank you. Director Crumpton.
Thank you very much. Do you know, are there examples of nonprofits working together in that hub and spoke model? So a community services organization from one community and a community services organization from another, sort of opening a single rent bank?
We haven't had it yet because we're so Metro Vancouver centric, serving so many of single municipalities. So I think that it is possible, but let's own the fact that when we work in partnership, it's possible, but it's more challenging than if it's one nonprofit administering it. Mm-hmm. But I think the idea is if we're growing a model that supports a larger geographical area, maybe there's a really strong nonprofit in the centralized office, but they don't have presence and they wouldn't best serve, a more remote area like Lillooet. So maybe there's an agreement in the budget where there's some staffing costs for Lillooet to be able to assist people just with the applications. But then again, it gets sent back to that centralized office. So I think it's possible. That's a long-winded way of saying it, but we don't have the model because we haven't really expanded beyond this, but I think it's possible.
And where were rent banks dreamt up, and have they been operating for 50 years in some other jurisdictions?
Ontario had one of the first models. And so I know years ago, before I was ever involved, there were people that came out both from the provincial office to speak to people here about starting rent banks. The earliest one, Prince George, has been operating a version of a rent bank since about the 2004, 2005. MCC started around 2010, 2011, and then Sources in Surrey came on shortly after that. So it's not like we have decades of experience, but definitely we have some years of experience in offering them.
It strikes me, this strikes me as a little bit like what the federal government's trying to do with the Canada Emergency Wage Subsidy, is keep people attached to employment. It's similar, keeping people attached to housing, which seems proactive. And it's just positive. Proactivity is positive in my view.
Yeah, I think when people look at costs, they say, oh, that seems like a lot to add. How can we do that? But as we all know, if we don't help people maintain their housing, everyone within the community is going to pay those costs in some way or another. So we either swim further upstream and focus on the prevention. And again, this is going to be for a niche group of people within the community. It's not a solution for everybody, because not everyone's going to qualify or have the capacity to repay a loan. But we do see for those people, it interjects at a really important point and prevents further downstream where there are more costs to our communities, just for people losing housing. Even for landlords, they have constant turnover. It costs them a lot of money as well. They have to make updates or do the repairs on a rental every time. So there's lots of benefits.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Any other comments or questions? I just have when I see the term rent bank, the immediate thing that comes to my mind is food banks, which are in Surrey. I know sources in Surrey, and I just wonder, there is a connection. You're targeting the same group of people for funding. That I find that a little bit worrying. That would we be able to generate enough funds, enough donations, enough interest? When I know that food banks, for example, are having a great difficulty in generating enough funding. The question for me is, what's the provincial government's role in this? I understand they funded up to a certain point, but do you get any sense at all of whether there will be continued engagement from the provincial government? That's a good question.
I think we can honestly say that we hope and desire that. In fact, my goal in being the project lead is to demonstrate the impact of rent banks so that the provincial government cannot turn away. And we will rely on partners that have that political influence to also communicate that and say, this has been an effective way and we need to continue to support this. But if I were able to predict the political wills of our government, I would be in a much different position and living outside of my townhouse probably. No.
Director Stoner.
Thank you. If only we all had a crystal ball to determine what the province would fund in 2 years' time. I do think this is a really interesting model, and I do think that the Sea to Sky corridor is potentially well poised to act as a pilot test for what that model outside of Metro Van could look like. Recognizing that we don't have any of our nonprofits on this call and not wanting to volunteer them that they are going to be at the center of this, but Sea to Sky Community Services is the first one that comes to mind, right? It's well established throughout the corridor, and it could act quite well as a core to that hub with some branches coming off of it. There are others throughout the corridor as well. But I want to go back to next steps and understand exactly what it is that you might need from this, and or not wanting to overburden staff with potentially more work that's not already on their work plans. But you mentioned an EOI at the end of June, and I'm curious what that is expected to require or entail. What do we need to do on our end if we are interested in submitting an EOI for the next phase?
So I regretted putting that on the slide because I actually still need it approved by VCF. So let's just pretend that, no, I should have information going out in this next week, because I'd like to release it early next week, and it's going to be really clear. And what it is an expression of interest. We've been learning and growing, and pre-COVID, we were engaged in a number of different municipalities. In fact, I think I was to come and speak with you months ago. And we were really just listening to the community saying, what do you think is the best way forward? We're kind of becoming more proactive, and we're saying, that we're going to predetermine that we would like to test with 4 sites this year. So 2 sites will serve communities of 50,000 and less, and 2 will serve 50,000 and larger. So we're open to learning and growing through that. So expression of interest will be released hopefully next week, which will outline just basically an invitation from groups, and it doesn't have to have the lead agency identified at that point. It can say, you know, here's a collaborative approach, here's some partners who are coming together, and it'll fill out, you'll basically fill that out, and then there'll be a short listing, and then we'll invite those groups to a full proposal. I say 4 because I think it's manageable. If we have space and we have the capacity to bring on more, we'll bring on more, but we want to start with a manageable amount and see those groups succeed rather than trying to do too much and we ended up not being successful with any of them.
Director Crompton, then Director Demare.
What's the minimum for our 20%? Or is there?
What would be the minimum?
What's the minimum seed funding amount?
Well, it'll depend on how many staffing you need. Like once you built your budget, I think you can estimate that, you know, 80%, up to 80% of that will be covered by BC Rent Bank. And then we'll need to come up with 20% of that. I can't imagine, especially we're going to run on a fiscal year. So we're April 1 to March 31st. You're not going to see a budget. I imagine by the time it becomes operational, it's 6 months. So I would think it's probably around, the total budget is 40 to 50,000 max. So 80%.
And that's 40 to 50 is the 20%. Or is
that would be the total budget.
Wow.
So, because right now a full year's budget is between 80 to 120,000. So by the time we get going, that's my best estimate.
Yeah. Thank you.
Yeah. I think the New West, when they started their rent bank, they ran for a whole year on like somewhere around 35 or 40,000. They had credit unions, 6 credit unions give $5,000 each, something like that, and the city gave some money and they got launched. So sorry.
Okay, thank you. Director Demare.
Yeah, thank you. I really like this program. It's very proactive and to keep people off the streets. And I think that's probably why it's working well, more so down in Vancouver. But, you know, we partnered here in the Bridge River Valley, which is even more remote than Lillooet. And we partnered with the Lillooet Food Bank Friendship Center. And the program that we've got here that is administered by the Lillooet Bank is working very, very well. And I could see that also working this loan bank the same way. And you know, if we have a central hub in the Sea to Sky corridor, and then have one of the hubs as the Lillooet Center, then we could be part of it also. The whole concept of that, of the hub and the spokes, is really good.
It mirrors what we see in Toronto. So that's where we took the concept. Is there's one central office in Toronto, and then around the GTA there's these satellite services, and then it reduces staffing hours and things like that. I can tell you, in all of our rent banks, I think Vancouver is the only rent bank that actually has a staff person working full-time. So also just realize you're not administering hundreds of loans every year. It is comprehensive. It is time intensive to sit with an individual. First of all, you meet them in crisis. So de-escalating their stress, it requires a skill set, and then looking at the financial analysis. It is, and then referring out or offering support in-house, but it is not a full-time job to begin with. So it really pairs well with an organization that has staff who may not be working full-time, and the startup is just to add to make their job full-time or something like that.
Director Stoner.
Thank you. I am close to ready to put a motion on the table, but cognizant of the timeline here. So we've been recognizing that EOI maybe shouldn't have been added to your presentation. You did mention a June 30th timeline, and so that's fairly quick for regional governments like ourselves to turn around. That means that at our next regional board meeting, we'd have to be reviewing that EOI before submission. So I want to check in with staff and see if I were to put a motion on the table that would potentially direct staff work, just a temperature check on work plans and stress levels.
Kristen?
Well, I guess it's a matter of prioritizing what is being done. And if this is, I asked Kim for her feedback too. I'm not sure where this would fall within our organization, but I'm not sure, you know, we know what our workload is right now, and we're stretched, but it's a balancing of priorities, which I would be a discussion with the board. Kim, do you have anything to add to that?
Yes.
No.
Okay. Well, I'd like to, I don't want to just say to Melissa, thank you very much for coming and goodbye. I'd like us to move forward in some way. So Jenna, what do you have in mind?
So recognizing that, I will put forward a motion that we move that staff review the EOI from BC Rent Bank when it comes out and bring back a recommendation for next steps at the next board meeting. And if that is seconded, I'll speak to it.
I see Director Crompton, that's seconded, yes. And Director Race, you had your hand up as well.
Yeah.
Okay, so Director Stoney, you go ahead and then we'll go to Director Race.
Thank you. So I do think that this is a unique opportunity, and speaking to Ms. Giles' point, that this is an opportunity to demonstrate how this could work and prove to the province that this is a valuable opportunity to continue investing in unique models to support our underhoused or hard to house populations. And recognizing that staff are stretched already, I don't think my intention with putting this motion forward is that the SLRD become the node to push this forward, but that we take this opportunity to identify and reach out to our partners and see if there's any appetite within our nonprofit societies to take this on, and just kind of do some of that initial digging, recognizing that that does take time. But I do think we would be dismayed if we passed up this opportunity to move something forward.
Thank you. Director Race?
Thank you. I was just going to say, I mean, I think the role of the board, it seems to me, the politicians, significantly is going to be to assist staff, or maybe it's not so much a staff function, but to go out and start searching out some of the nonprofits in our various communities that might be able to participate in something like this. And I don't see that as an entirely staff function. I mean, one name was mentioned, and I think we all have contacts within our respective communities. Without prejudging this, it does sound like a spoken hub model is the ideal thing to start off with in this corridor and or the region. But I think we have to find the suitable nonprofits and make sure that they're up to it. Otherwise, we can do all the work we want, and if we don't have that critical component, then it really won't go very far. So I think, and then ultimately there's a funding issue, between the private sector and maybe the public sector. We have to make a decision about that. But I think, in the next month, between now and the next meeting, it's going to be incumbent upon the individual board members to start searching out within the community nonprofits that might be suitable for this.
Thank you. Yeah, I'd just like to comment at this point. We've actually just gone through an experience when COVID came on of regional cooperation to improve food bank services, as Dr. DeMere referred to. And in that experience, we did talk, different directors did talk to various nonprofits, and in a way, I think the experience we have with that would be beneficial to this. And I agree with you entirely, Doug, that we need to we would, as directors, would need to be involved in some way. Director Ford?
Yeah, thank you. I just wanted to concur with Director Race's comments that this is an excellent opportunity for us to rally our communities. In Whistler, we have a social services roundtable that has 34 members of nonprofits that are very interested in helping housing from their perspective, and this would be an excellent opportunity to rally that group, and it does include groups from Pemberton to Squamish to beyond. So it's something that I think is very palatable, and I certainly don't want to add more work to staff at this time. It is very much a political movement, and so thank you for Director Stoner's motion. I don't know where we go from there as far as whether we approve the motion, but then, add to it that those of us around the table will sort of facilitate the conversations, if that works.
Yeah. I don't know if we need another motion or just an agreement that, I mean, we maybe do need to talk to each other and have some idea of who's going to be doing what, rather than two or three of us approaching one non-profit, for example. Maybe it doesn't make sense. So we need to have some sort of conversation to share the work out. Melissa.
Might I suggest, assuming I can get this EOI out, once you take a look at it, it might be that you just share that information and do a call, like whoever's going to coordinate the conversation, putting that EOI in the hands of partners may actually help them identify whether or not they want to move forward with it. Some may feel like, quite honestly, I think nonprofits, like many community members, are just feeling maxed out right now. There's so many calls for proposals, there's so many funding applications, there's reaching home dollars, there's all of these things. Some may realistically just say, you know what, we can't do it at this time. And I just want you to know that though we're saying this is going to be the process, it doesn't mean it's a closed door. We're going to have to continue to expand. So yeah, I just wanted to share that with you, that as soon as we can take on new sites, we will continue to look at that.
Yeah, I think one sort of exciting thing for me, I'm listening to the examples you're giving of Burnaby and Toronto and places like that, whereas here we've got a totally different situation. And if we could make it work in this regional district, that would be a good model for you to share in other places. So I see that as an opportunity for us as well to sort of be well, guinea pigs. That's not the right word, but you know what I mean. Okay, so let me call the question on this motion, and then we'll see whether we want to do anything beyond that. So, do you want to? Did you get it down, Kristen? Do you want to just read it out for us?
Yes, I have to review the EOI when it comes out and bring a report back for next steps at the June meeting.
Okay.
And I don't have that as seconded either.
It was seconded.
Was it seconded?
By
Okay.
Director Race, I believe. Yeah.
Okay.
Okay. Oh, Director Jones. Somebody seconded it. I know it was seconded.
So can I just ask, Melissa, if you're releasing it, I'm just wondering about timing for the next board meeting, because it's, just 4 short weeks away. If you're thinking of having this released when, and how long would it be? So
the goal is Monday.
And then how long do you have?
Open until July 3rd.
July 3rd.
Yeah. I realize it's a very short turnaround, and I regret that I wasn't able to speak to you months ago, because there are a number of municipalities that had already proactively been looking at this. So I do recognize that this has come as a very abrupt notice, and so I apologize.
Okay. Director Stoner?
If the chair will allow it, I might rescind my motion and come up with a new one, given the timelines that we're talking about.
Yeah, in the sense that that timeline is a little tricky. Do you have a new one in mind? You can rescind your motion.
I'll rescind my motion.
Okay, but do you have another one in? You said you had another one in mind.
I could come up with one if you'd like me to.
Does anybody else want to come up with one? I could come up with one. We're all smart. We want to do something. I get the feeling I have is that the board would like to move forward with this, and so the question is how can we do that? One suggestion might be that we talk to each other informally in the next few days and agree who might go and approach various non-profits or not-for-profits in the next few weeks. After we've got the EOI, which we should have by early next week. I'm not sure if we need a motion for that, Director Ford.
I'll volunteer because I have a weekly call with the nonprofits for the corridor. So it's certainly something that I can float informally over the next couple of weeks and get back to the board with what I find out.
Okay. Get back to the board at the next board meeting, are you suggesting, or before that?
No, I think I can send a group email to share what I'm learning as we go, so that if there's like an absolute hard and fast no, then we can move from there. But I don't see this being a hard no. I would say that there's going to be some interest, and I think if we present it in a way, and I can take this offline with you, Chair, to craft a message that we want to share. With Ms. Giles' permission, I could share some of the slides from your presentation with that group or we could even have you come in on the call as well if the timing works.
I would be open to that.
Great. Great. Yeah, it's a great group. It's really, really engaged, and they're I think they're well represented. So.
Okay, thank you very much, Director Ford. Director Weeb.
Yes, I'm just curious as to when you have your call with the nonprofits in the corridor. Is Lillooet Friendship Center included in that? I'm never sure where the corridor starts and ends.
Shockingly, they were on one of our calls. So yes, they are involved, okay. And good. I'll ensure that that we are in touch for sure.
That would be wonderful, because I think this would be something that they would possibly be very, very interested in. Thank you.
So, Director Ford, between you and I, we say that by the time we get to the next board meeting, we will have some kind of a director's report for the board to consider. Can you make a motion to that effect? Let's do that as a motion. Then we know. Then it's down. And
okay, I move that a discussion will be held with the nonprofit network of the Sea to Sky, and I will bring back a report with the help of the chair before the next June meeting.
So I'll second that. Kristen.
Sea to Sky, meaning you're going to include Lillooet.
Correct.
So a little wider than that, maybe.
SLRD.
Okay.
Okay. Good. Any other comments or questions?
Might I just ask that this is a large group, so also just, engage with me through email and let me know who I should be primarily communicating with so that I know how to carry on the conversation. So if I
Sure.
could just ask that that happens, then it'll be really clear and I'm not trying to copy or remember or identify who I should and shouldn't be including. That would be fantastic.
Thank you. We'll do that for sure.
Okay.
Okay, I'm going to call a question. All in favor? Opposed? Motion carries. Great. Well, Melissa, thank you very much. It's been a fascinating discussion. I really hope that we can work to, cooperatively with you, and that we have some positive results. I think it's a good opportunity for us.
Fantastic. Thank you all very
Thank
much.
you.
I'll say goodbye.
Thanks,
Okay.
Melissa.
Bye now.
Bye-bye now. Oh, I've lost my power. Come on. There we are. Okay, number 5 we go to now. CAO verbal update. Where is she? Kristen. What do you-
I don't have anything. Thanks.
Nothing. Oh, okay. In that case, direction request, 5.2, direction request, short-term rentals and bed and breakfast, zoning amendment bylaws, electorate areas A, B, and C. Staff presentation. Who is doing that? Is that you, Alex? Or?
That'll be me, yes. Good morning.
Okay, then I'll turn it over to you. Thank you.
Okay, so I'll just preface this by saying my internet is very spotty, so if I freeze, I apologize in advance. So this is basically, we're bringing back the direction request that was last discussed in August of 2019 with the board around the issue of short-term rentals. And at that board meeting, staff were given the direction to engage with other regional districts as well as the member municipalities and bring back some further information on what's being done in other areas around short-term rentals. So there's really 4 key issues at play in this report. The first is what I just mentioned, so updating the board on what we have found out based on what we found out during our survey of other regional districts as well as member municipalities, to facilitate discussion on how to move forward with managing short-term rentals in areas A, B, and C, and that's because in Area D, the zoning bylaw amendments have already been adopted, to seek direction regarding the board's preferred regulatory approach, and then to seek direction in terms of the zoning bylaw amendments. So the report includes all of the background on previous board meetings where short-term rentals have been under consideration and associated resolutions. I'm just going to jump ahead to the analysis section, which starts on page 6. So essentially there's 3 key regulatory tools that are available for regulating and addressing the issue of short-term rentals. And so those are temporary use permits, zoning, and then business licensing, which, as we've discussed before, is not typically available to regional districts. Do you want me to stop for a second? Is there a question?
Director Birch-Jones.
Yeah, thank you. Alex, when you say page 6, I'm looking at my package and the information starts on page 7. I'm on page 17.
Let me check the page.
I see. No, I see.
Okay, it's 6 in the report itself, but not the package.
I am now catching up to you. Thanks. I had lots of questions leading up to this, but I'll hold off until you're done. Okay.
Okay, so it's page 17 of the package.
Sorry for the interruption. Yeah.
No problem. So I'll start by explaining. So temporary use permits, I think these have been discussed a little bit at the board table previously. But what we found out through our further research is that they are being used by several regional districts in the province to regulate short-term rentals. And they do have some benefits in that they are a more robust land use control tool than rezoning. Because you can set specific conditions and because they aren't a permanent, they're not permanent, so they don't run with the land. So they allow a permit to be issued for a short-term rental for a specific period of time between 1 and 3 years with 1 opportunity for renewal. So up to 6 years in total. And what other regional districts indicated is that they're using temporary use permits as a way to gauge basically how short-term rentals are being managed. before proceeding to the full rezoning application. So I'll just go through the specific benefits of the temporary use permit approach. So those include the ability to place conditions on the use. So things like requiring a host to be on the site or within a certain distance of the property. You can tie the temporary use permit, or the temporary use permit is tied to a specific owner. So unlike rezoning, if the property is sold, it doesn't continue on, and the temporary use permit isn't automatically allocated to the next owner. As I stated, it provides an opportunity to monitor the use on a temporary basis before proceeding to rezoning. So you can see whether or not that particular short-term rental is either generating significant complaints or isn't being managed in accordance with the conditions that are in the temporary use permit itself. You can also limit the number of temporary use permits that are issued. So that can address things like maintaining neighborhood character. And the temporary use permit can also be revoked at any point if the short-term rental isn't being managed appropriately. So in comparison, zoning is permanent and that runs with the land. So that would go from owner to owner. That's a permanent change of land use on the property, unless the board adopts another zoning amendment in future. So I'm just quickly going to run through, as I mentioned at the start, other regional districts, as well as the approaches being taken in the member municipalities. So we surveyed 10 regional districts in BC, basically looking at other regional districts that are dealing with the short-term rental issue and have kind of similar experiences with it. So of those regional districts, a number of them indicated that they're kind of at the same stage that we are. So they're working on zoning amendments or trying to evaluate what the appropriate tools are. There's 3 regional districts that are currently using the temporary use permit model before proceeding to rezoning. So those are the SLRD, the RDOS, and the ACRD. And then in terms of member municipalities, as I mentioned at the beginning, the difference is that municipalities do have the authority to issue business licenses, so they automatically have kind of a different toolkit for dealing with the short-term rental issue. But I'll just speak briefly to the 4 member municipalities. So the District of Squamish, I spoke with planners there, and they're in the process of developing zoning bylaw amendments based on council direction that was given in March of this year. And they're planning to regulate short-term rentals through business licensing. But I just want to focus here on what their planned approach is. So they're planning to allow short-term rentals in principal residences only. So not in suites, not in coach houses. It has to be in a unit that the owner or operator lives in. So there's 2 options there. You can either rent a room in your house when you're there, or you have the option to do a short-term rental if, say, you're going on a vacation for a month or less. In terms of the RMOW, that's obviously a little bit of a different situation because of the resort character of the community. But again, they're regulated through business licensing and through zoning. So there's some zones that allow nightly rentals as a right. The Village of Pemberton did a big overhaul of their policies around short-term rentals in 2018. So in the Village of Pemberton, short-term rentals are allowed in all 3, so principal residences, secondary suites, and carriage homes. But through business licensing, they have instituted a cap. So a maximum of 5% of homes in any given neighborhood can have short-term rental use. And then anyone else that applies over that cap will go onto a wait list. And then the District of Lillooet indicated that they don't currently have a definition of short-term rentals in the zoning bylaw, but it's the intention of staff to work on that this year. Okay. So I'll just quickly go through the summary of potential approaches and then open it up for direction. So there's 3 key issues as part of this conversation today, those kind of high-level issues that we need to get direction on to move forward. So the first would be what regulatory approach to use. So do you want to kind of go back and look at temporary use permits as a potential precursor to moving in or to zoning, or stick with zoning as the primary regulatory approach? And I will just mention a quick note on that. So the reason that temporary use permits weren't discussed last year is because there was a board resolution made in August of 2018 that said that zoning was the preferred approach and that temporary use permits would not be considered as a means to legitimize short-term rental uses. So going with that approach would require rescinding that motion, or resolution rather. So that's one, the regulatory approach to use. The second key consideration is what type of dwelling units you want to allow short-term rental use in. So principal residences only, suites and carriage homes only, or all three. And that potentially has implications in terms of impacts to the rental market. And then the third piece would be how to move forward with enforcement and communication. So do we want to shift to a more proactive enforcement model to deal with short-term rentals moving forward? So I think with that, I'll open it up to.
Okay, thank you very much, Alex. Okay, so let's see, Director Richmond.
I have a number of thoughts, but a quick question with Alex, with regards to TUPs versus zoning. If we decide to go the TUP route, somebody could still walk in and say, I want to immediately go for the zoning. You don't have to go through the testing ground of the TUP, so to speak. Somebody apply for rezoning right away if they chose to. Is she frozen or is that me?
No, I can hear you. I think Alex is frozen. Claire, can you answer that for Director Richmond?
Through the chair, that would be my understanding. That is correct.
That you could go right to zoning if you chose to.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yes.
Thank you.
I have a number of thoughts, but I'll let the board ask questions before I go into my own comments.
Any other questions?
Yeah, Tony, can you hear me?
Oh, I'm sorry. I've got Director Race, then Director Stoner, then Director Mack.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Chair. I guess the question, if we were using TUPs, keeping in mind that they're only good for a maximum of 6 years, 3 and 3, the question is what happens at the end of that, and do we have any experience from the other regional districts that are using these? And secondly, then, and also to Director Richmond's point, that usually with TUPs, you say to people, at some point you want to start rezoning, otherwise you're going to have to stop doing what you're doing. And if that's the intent of the landowner, I guess the question is, what kind of a zoning are we looking at? Because I think we have to have that ready right off the bat, because Director Richmond's right, in my understanding. I mean, there's no need for people to go to TUPs. They might be able to go directly to zoning. And so what zoning?
Thank you. Director Stoner?
Does staff want to respond to that question?
Sure, I can respond to that. So I think at the last meeting where we discussed this in August of 2019, there was much more of a kind of robust discussion around the potential zoning approaches. The conversation around what type of units you want to see short-term rentals be permitted in is directly tied to the zoning amendment piece. So on page 9 of the staff report, which would be, I think, around page 20 of your package, there's a brief summary of what has been contemplated previously with respect to the zoning bylaws, but I will say that no further changes have been made since August of 2019 because we wanted to get further direction before proceeding. But that basically says that the intent was that bed and breakfast would not require, and this is based on as well the community engagement that we did last summer, that bed and breakfast wouldn't require a rezoning application in areas A, B, and C, that we would continue with the existing change of use application process that's in place currently. In terms of short-term rentals, we looked at a separate dwelling unit from the host, so not including single-family dwellings that meet that bed and breakfast definition, so in the same, which would be in the same dwelling unit as the host. But those would require a rezoning application, so either immediately proceeding to rezoning or following successful implementation of a temporary use permit. And then finally, there was a third definition that we were talking about introducing, which basically is a little bit more permissive in order to allow people that want to just rent one room in their home on a short-term basis to do so without having to go through that change of use permit and without having to go through a rezoning process.
Just if I can follow up, Chair?
Yeah, go ahead.
And what I recall from that meeting last year was one of the discussion points, and you've touched on it, was perhaps widening the B&B zoning so it wasn't quite as restrictive as it is now about somebody having to be there and only a room in the house and things like that, to try to encourage these short-term rentals to kind of legitimize themselves by becoming, in effect, B&Bs, but widening the B&B zoning so it was just a little bit more user-friendly. Did staff look into that aspect at all?
So I would say that we have a little bit, but we haven't made any changes to the zoning bylaw amendments since August of 2019. So I would say that kind of that widening of bed and breakfast, we had broken out the definition so that that type of situation where there isn't a host on site would fall under short-term rental. With the changes that we're looking at making, it becomes kind of, it's challenging to parse the two out, but you do want to keep them separate because there are traditional bed and breakfasts operating in the SLRD with a host on site that have kind of a different set of conditions attached to that use.
Okay, Director Stone.
Thank you. Through the chair, as somebody who only temporarily sits in this seat and is relatively new, I'm curious if somebody can speak to the rationale for the previous board resolution around not using TUPs. It seems like a fairly strongly worded motion. And so there must have been some rationale there. And I'm curious if somebody can enlighten me on that.
When was that? That was back in...
That was August 2018.
Yeah, it seems to me it was in response to some difficulties that were being experienced in Area C. Do you recall that, Director Mack?
Yes, I do believe it was 2 or 3 individuals that were causing some issues, and that's why we went that way we did.
Who have I got next? Actually, I've got Director Max next on the list. Do you have something else to comment on?
Yeah, I was just wondering if, like, the village has, I guess what I would like to see, say for Area C, and I don't know if this is possible, but if Area C was able to mirror sort of what the village's regulations are, because we've got sort of adjoining boundaries, and if we have completely different regulations on one side of the boundary as compared to the village side, I think it would be a lot smoother if our regulations mirrored their regulations. I know we don't have business licenses, but I think we could still mirror their, you know, their description of, like, the coach house and that kind of stuff, right? So I would like to see us be as close to them as possible, if not the same.
Kim, I wonder if you could you comment on Jenna's question about the TUP motion? Do you recall that?
That was I think, to do with the issue we were having on Reed Road. And I don't remember anything more than that.
It was my recollection, Chair Rainbow, that there was some concern about the non-permanence of the TUPs, and there was a thought that the zoning would be somehow more rigorous and permanent, and there was the public hearing process involved in that as well.
Okay, thank you. I've got three people here: Dr. Birch-Jones, Director Richmond, Director Crompton. Dr. Birch-Jones.
Thank you, Chair Rainbow. I had some problems with this previously. Have we had any complaints from B about short-term housing? Like this, it seems like we're making up rules for everybody based on some complaints in a few areas. I mean, D was having some issues, and so we did some zoning for D. That's great. Clearly, C is having some issues. I'm perfectly comfortable for us doing some zoning for C. I'd prefer not to drag all those rules into B. I think it's way premature for B. I would like to follow in the footsteps of the District of Lillooet. I agree very much with what Russell's saying, that we in B should probably mirror what the District of Lillooet does, and we are in no hurry to proceed with this. I think we'd like to be just left out of it for the moment. I still don't understand why we can't do business licenses. I understand that's a bigger discussion, but I think we might have been a bit silly looking back on it, removing temporary use permits as a tool. There we are. My comments.
Okay, thank you. Director Richmond.
Thanks. So a few things. I think part of the rationale between the no TUPs and going with the zoning was because there were some really strong complaints in certain communities at that point. And as Kim said, it was allow for a little more public process by going through zoning rather than a TUP. And it would also sort of require a little more seriousness from the applicant than going through the TUP, that they would actually do it properly. I think that was part of the rationale. My thought, and a quick answer to Russell, there's the business license difference. There's also the fact that the makeup of neighborhoods is very different. So we have in the village, we have a percentage per neighborhood. So I don't think that could work for the more rural areas. But I think some of the other stuff can definitely be mirrored. And so along those lines, I would like to see us go, just as an overall statement, first of all, similar to what Vivian just said, I resist over-regulation in Pemberton and Area C. People don't move to this area to be highly regulated. And over the years that I've been doing this job, I find that we are throwing levels of regulation sometimes where we don't, and I don't just mean here at the board, where we don't necessarily need to, and it's becoming a little regulation heavy. So for me, I would like us to go the TUP route. I think it allows people to try it out and see if they like it. And then, because many, I think, do this and then go, that's not as glamorous or as great as I thought. And then they don't do it anymore. And now it's not attached to their title. So I think it gives them an opportunity to test it. It gives the neighbors an opportunity to see whether it's disruptive or not before going into a zoning public process. So I think there's a lot of benefit to that. So I would like us to go to the TUP route. I would like to see us, again, because of the nature of our rural areas, carriage houses. I don't think we should put restrictions on principal residence, carriage house, this, that, and the other, because a lot of our properties are set up differently. So I think that should be sort of wide open like it is in the village. And I definitely think it should be a complaint-based enforcement only. We talk about staff capacity. I don't want to see staff sitting in front of a computer scrolling through listings of STRs and then trying to track them down. I don't think that's a good use of anybody's time. B, back to my over-regulation comment. And C, things have changed a little in the last year and change since we've discussed this. Maybe the little short-term rental here or there might be the financial assistance that some homeowners need. So if they could do that without disrupting their neighbors, and affecting their quality of life, then I'm happy to let that go. So that's the direction I'd like to see us take. Thank you.
Thank you. Director Crumpton?
Yeah, I think our previous decisions made sense to me. This is the way it's managed in Whistler by zoning, and I think that if you're going to have someone open up a guest house next to your house, you should have the opportunity to speak to it as part of a public process.
Thank you. Dr. Race?
Thank you. I think,
I want to respond to that.
you know, I'm sorry. Do I have the floor?
Yeah, Director Race, and then
Okay,
Director
thank you.
Richmond,
Sorry.
and then Director Birch-Jones.
Yeah, I think putting the TUPs versus zoning issue aside for the moment, for me, the most important issue is going to be what types of accommodation we might allow to be short-term rental. And the one that jumps out at me is this suite or coach house, which I consider to be more or less the same type of housing unit. And in Squamish, I actually wasn't here for the March meeting that was just referred to, but in the past discussions we've had in Squamish, the concern around having these secondary suites or coach houses being able to be short-term rented is we created them or allowed them to accommodate a housing shortage for a certain level of rental, long-term rentals. And so for people to take that and short-term rental it creates more of a rental crisis here. So I'm not sure if that applies in every region. It may not apply in A or B. It may apply in C. I mean, we've talked about housing shortages, and I think, you know, if we're serious about dealing with housing shortages that we've talked about over the last years, then I think it really runs counter to that to allow short-term rentals of these secondary suites including coach houses, but a separate living unit. And so maybe that's one of the decisions we have to make before we decide how we might regulate. What is it that we're prepared to allow short-term rentals on?
Thank you. Director Richmond?
So I think to Director Crompton's comments, I think there's the ability within the TUP to if you put the criteria together in such a way with a TUP, if they contravene what's laid out and it's a real disruption to neighbors, then there's the ability to pull the TUP. So I think that helps alleviate a little bit of what you're saying there, Jack. I hear what you're saying with getting public input on or neighborly input on it, but I think that could go either way. You know, there could be unreasonable neighbors not even giving the opportunity for. So I don't know. I think that's you know, something to consider. And with regards to Director Race's comments, I don't think that I understand your comments. I don't feel that really applies to Area C because I feel like you'd be cutting out opportunities. There's some very creative, interesting little short-term rentals in rural areas that aren't in principal residences. They're done in smaller buildings, in carriage houses, and you know, and as long as they're structurally safe, I think it allows for some really neat experiences, some neat opportunities, and it could be in outbuildings. So I think I understand why that might apply in Squamish, but I don't feel it applies to Area C in terms of limiting those sorts of buildings. And instinctively, and in reading some of the reports, my take is that in the village we put a percentage so it wouldn't interfere with the character of the neighbor. We put a good neighbor policy in, and back to Jack's comments, so we put a good neighbor policy in if you're going to do it. But I don't feel that it impacts the short or the long-term rental market that hugely, not from what I've read and not from what I've seen in Area C. Yeah, and some of our, I think it's different from Squamish to Whistler or to Area D to Pemberton. I feel like in Area C, sure, it eats up a little bit of long-term rentals, but I don't think it's a really big impact on our housing market. That'd be my sense. I think the single biggest thing that we want to, or the two single biggest things we want to control personally around short-term rentals are affecting the quality of life for people in the neighborhood and neighbors, and safety and security. To make sure that people aren't housing people in ramshackle buildings. Those are the two elements, and that's the enforcement bit I was going to ask staff about. In the absence of business licenses, what's our tool to go in and make sure buildings are safe for these ventures?
Kim, I'll ask you to respond. You had another comment previously, so go ahead, please, Kim.
Yeah, I just wanted to speak to the involvement with issuance of temporary use permits. Is that we can put in a policy that we require a public meeting before issuance of a TUP. So that is a possibility. And in terms of making these things safe, we definitely would require that they have a valid building permit and the change of use permit, which requires our building inspector to go in and make sure that they're safe for people to be renting and residing in. And in terms of the housing issue, we did do our housing needs study. We completed it earlier this year, and the study did find we have a housing shortage and we have housing problems throughout the corridor. And that applies to every single one of our electoral areas. We have shortages and we have affordability issues. So I just wanted to make that clear that no areas are without those problems.
Response, please. Can I respond to that?
Yeah, go ahead. Yep.
I certainly don't deny that we don't all experience housing shortages. My comment is that I don't feel the types of STRs that are going on in Area C are heavily impacting that housing shortage. A lot of these, like I say, creative or outbuildings and that would not be rented out full time. They would not be rented out. Some of them, absolutely. Some of these suites would absolutely be in the long-term rental inventory if they weren't short-term rentals. So I'm not saying there's no impact at all, but I don't think it's a great impact. When you consider areas like the Darcy, Mount Creek to Darcy corridor, for sure there's some tenants out there, but a lot of these B&Bs out in our STRs out in that way are not facilities that would be, or homes that would be used for long-term rental. And again, it's allows for people to afford their properties during these times. So I want to find a balanced approach to this. There's definitely a housing shortage, but I'm back to saying I would like it to be complaint-based, security, neighbors, that sort of thing.
Yeah, I've got a list of people here, but if I could just make a comment from Area D. In some ways, it doesn't matter whether we go TUPs or zoning, because you've got some people that operate short-term rental without bothering to ask anybody. They're just flying under the radar. And the issue for us is, can we enforce the rules that we put in place? And the answer for me at the moment is no, we can't. We've got things happening. I know we're trying, but with only 2 days a week of bylaw officer, it's really, really difficult. So we've got things happening still in Area D, which shouldn't be happening. And the solution to it is, oh, excuse me, sorry. Jeez. So whichever way we go, we really have to think about how do we want to enforce this? Is there a willingness on the part of the board to really go after people that are basically sticking their finger up and saying, we don't care, there's nothing you can do? So there. But I have a number of people here. Director Birch-Jones. Whoops, there she goes.
I'm beginning to master the mouse and the two screen situation. Slowly. Actually, most of what I wanted to say was said pretty well by Mayor Richmond. And I'm thinking about some of the farmers and some of their cash shortages. And I seem to recall asking what the permits would cost. And in my mind, they were pretty expensive. Offhand, can you, I think, do you mind telling me what the cost of following some of these proposed regulations would be on an annual basis?
Kim, can you answer that, please?
A rezoning application would be about $3,000, and that's permanent. So that would be forever. A temporary use permit, I think it's somewhere around $1,000.
Yeah. So anyway, I think we'll just leave B out of this until such time as the District of Lillooet has proceeded, and maybe we'll follow along mirroring that. But we don't have, I mean, you were at the B input into the survey was like very, very small. And the amount of complaints coming from here are very small as well. So we do not need more regulation in this little part of the world.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Crompton.
What's the process to pull a temporary use permit, and how often do we do it?
Kim.
Through the chair, we haven't done it. We could put a provision in there that it will be pulled if conditions are not met. We would have to follow up with our lawyers on a case-by-case basis, but it should be doable. In any case, we also have the ability to not renew the permit as well. So that's a pretty big hammer.
So in our previous situation where people were shooting guns on residential properties, or at least that's what was being said, would we have to prove that in court? What would be if people were loud at 10:30 and we had a noise bylaw that went till 10, would we have to prove that there was a problem, or could we just take the temporary use permit based on?
We would probably have to have some element, some amount of proof. Normally with any kind of enforcement, we do a lot of progressive compliance. So we would work with the people before we would just pull something like a TUP or even issue a ticket. But we do also have tickets as well that we can issue on people that are in violation too. So that can be another good tool for us.
Thank you.
Dr. Race.
Thank you. Just first of all, on the complaints-based enforcement, I tend to agree with that. I'm not suggesting we have bylaw officers roving around, taking down license plates and so forth. However, then the complaint comes in, and now what do you do with it? And I think that's really the question. And we had a discussion some meetings ago last year, I think, about putting money in the budget to be able to start proceedings against sort of the chronic offenders or the worst case type of people. Because ultimately what you're talking about is somebody who's breaching a zoning regulation, and the remedy for that is a Supreme Court injunction. And that sounds like a real heavy hammer, but I think the reality of it is that if you started those proceedings and the person understood that they're not going to win, if we've got the evidence, they're not going to win breaking the zoning bylaw, they tend to fold their tent pretty quickly. But you sort of set a culture of compliance within the district, and word gets out and people understand that we, once there's a complaint, we're going to do something about it. So I think, from my thinking, that's more what I think we're talking about. I agree with the start off as complaints-based. I agree with progression, the education, trying to work with people, but there are chronic offenders out there that I'm aware of and we've heard of from other directors that ultimately I think we would have to take some proceeding like that. So that was the first point. The second point was going back to Director Richmond's comments about there's coach houses and certain things like that that are imaginative. And that's sort of the thing that I was thinking about when I made the comments about expanding the B&B provisions. I don't have the bylaw in front of me, but my recollection was that the operator of the B&B has to be on site and it has to be within the same building, and there's a number of provisions about that. But you know, if you had the operator of the site living in a house and the B&B part of it was the coach house or something like that on the same property, is that really that bad? Because I'd prefer to legitimize some of these things that are properly run, rather than having them all just breaching the bylaws. So I think, you know, if we looked at the B&B bylaw, because essentially that's what a B&B is a short-term rental in a residential area. And if we look at that bylaw and say, okay, maybe we can expand it a little bit given the nature of area C or D and or the different areas that might want to do that, and then allow them to be a legitimate operation. I think that we could do that without sort of throwing up our hands and saying we give up. I'm not in favor of doing that. So that's where I was going with that. I think that might still be something that we could consider. As I say, I don't have the zoning bylaw in front of me and I can't recite the B&B provisions, but that's my recollection of that discussion. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Director Ford?
My question's been asked and answered. Thank you.
Thank you. Director Richmond?
I'm going to put a motion forward and happy to keep discussing, but maybe just to get in that direction. And I'll put it forward for Area C with Russell's permission, and Directors Demers and Birch Jones, you could weigh in and decide whether the motion suits your area or not, but also I'll just start by making it for Area C. And again, Russell, let me know what you think, but I would like to see us come back with a TUP, a report on the TUP opportunity to, or not opportunity, but a system where we use TUPs that allows for neighbors' input, as Director Needham mentioned earlier. I don't know if it necessarily requires a meeting, a community meeting. That sounds like a lot of work for staff, but the ability to include neighbors' input into the application. I think the temporary use permit should include a good neighbors agreement. It should include criteria around impacting quality of life in the neighbors, and obviously safety and security. So, and I'm sure I've missed some that staff will put in there, but I would like us to see us go the road of the TUP with that criteria. I'd like to see us consider all buildings in that, and a complaint-based enforcement only. And then further to that, I'm happy to explore, as per Director Race's thoughts, about expanding B&B to those buildings as well. I don't know if you're thinking, Director Race, that one precludes the other, or they could both happen, but I'm happy to explore that as well. So that would be my motion.
Okay, I'll second that. Tony, could I just add something to what Director Race had said? Was the two places that we had the most problems with, one on Reed Road and one in Birkin. Since that time, they've been sold now, and they're not being used for those purposes. So those issues have gone away. But one thing I do agree with what Director Reese said. Some of our regular, people that cause nothing but problems, it seems that when we go and we give them a ticket or we give them a notice, the process just takes so long. And I mean, we have one individual who just knows how to play this game. And I like the idea of, if you're a regular offender, we go in from, if there's steps 1 to 10, we go right to 10 and deal with it, because that's the only way that you're going to get the message across. So I'll leave it at that.
Director Race?
Yeah, just to Director Richmond's comments, and frankly, I hadn't thought about one precluding the other. but if we were going the B&B route, if I understand it, that may not require a rezoning application at all. It's just a change of use if I understand the process correctly. So that would presumably then also eliminate the need for TUP even in those particular circumstances. So I think that's the one that, that's why one of the ways it might simplify the whole thing is we just expand what might be considered a B&B. I think we're also though, I think one of the things, speaking for myself, that I think is the problem with these things is the absentee landlord issue, and that's where we seem to get most of the complaints. And so that's why something like a B&B situation where you have an owner at least close by, if not right on the site, is an attractive alternative to these things, as opposed to having somebody renting this thing out and being a couple of 100 miles away if there's any kind of problem. So that's the thing I'm trying to avoid. So I'll leave it at that.
And if I could just make a comment about the complaint-based thing, I agree with Mike, with Dr. Richmond, that we really don't want staff spending time going through, trolling through various platforms to see who's breaking rules. But if a complaint is made about a property and there's an intervention, a warning, a conversation, and so on, the complaint I get from residents is that nothing else happens, that the district is then waiting for somebody else to make another complaint and another. Do we need a complaint every single time that property has broken the rules?
No.
You're saying no. I would agree. That's an issue that needs to be ironed out and understood between the board and the staff. Okay, I've got Director DeMare and then Director Richmond.
Yeah, we've got a unique situation up here with the short-term rentals, and mainly in the Gun Lake area, we have about 30 to 35 full-time residents, and then all the rest of the properties, out of about 260 or so, are non-resident property owners. And some of them do rentals, and without permits or rezoning or anything. And we've definitely had issues here over the years with too many people on the property and noise and everything else that goes along with it. But there is a need to have people comply, for sure, and get the permits and everything they require. This is my first go around, and I've learned a lot today, and that's good. And I would like to look at that TUP also. I think it's a venue to make it happen. And the way that, like Richmond made his motion, I think we need to look at that. And I would like to look at it as a solution for our area.
Okay, thank you. So can we just review what the motion is, Kristen?
Yes, I have, so for area for area C, staff come back with a TUP system to allow for neighbor input to the application process, good neighbor agreement, and a criteria for impacting quality of life and safety issues.
Does that cover what you said, Mike?
Yeah, I would just like to add, because I 100% agree with Director Race. I think one of the criteria has to be that the operator doesn't have to be in the building. They have to live on the property. They have to be on the property. It can't be assigned. It can't be your neighbor that's looking after it. To me, that's got to be a criteria for the TUP that's enforceable as well. As part of it. And just to respond to your comments, Director Race, or Director Rainbow, It should be the same. The only difference between proactive and complaint-based enforcement is one is triggered only by a complaint. Once it is triggered, it's entered the system, and it's up to us to decide. Like, it's not up to us. It should be now in the enforcement range on that radar, and the process has begun. Once that's happened, it's in the system, so to speak. So it shouldn't be, you know, if there's a complaint and it's followed up and they're breaking the criteria, you're in the system now. So it should be the same.
Okay, thank you. So we've got this moved and seconded for Area C. Can I just ask a question right before? I've got other people, Director Crompton, Director Race want to speak, but before we go there, Director DeMere suggested, I believe, that you would like that to apply to Area A as well. So can we amend the motion to say A and C?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
So sorry to interrupt. We can do an amendment, but can we also add in the operator on the property, because that was not in. Okay.
Yeah. Okay. So now I've got Director Crompton and Director Race.
How's bylaw enforcement currently paid for? Is that a general government expense?
Come on.
Who's paying for the bylaw? Officer.
Kim, that comes out of the planning budget?
Correct.
So if this decision opens up a bunch of enforcement responsibilities from bad actors throughout the regional district, that will be paid for by residents in Gun Lake and Whistler and Squamish?
Yeah.
I think this could grow significantly, and I think that there should be a service area set up so that it's not being paid for so the residents of Gun Lake aren't paying for a bunch of new bylaw enforcement in Area C.
Kristen, in the budget for this year, we had provision for 2 days of bylaw enforcement.
Get up, Ed.
Did that not come from? Did that come from general government as well?
Kim, is it 2 days or 2.5 days?
It's 2.5 days.
What we have at the moment, you mean, or the addition?
Yeah. Yes.
What we have at the moment, but we budgeted this year for more bylaw enforcement. We haven't, didn't we?
Well,
there was some budget put in place to amp up enforcement. We have been amping up enforcement. Our lawyers have been sending cease and desist letters to regular violators, and we have seen a lot of success with that. And actually, the bylaw enforcement officer is able to handle everything that's coming forward within the time she works.
Okay. What have we got here? Director Race, did you have a further comment? Yep.
I did, and when the motion was read back, it didn't include what I thought it included. Director Richmond made some comments about looking at the B&B zoning provisions, which I guess didn't become part of the motion. So I'll support this motion, and my intent is to make a separate motion then, just so everybody knows, to ask staff to also bring back options to accommodate some of our goals by widening the B&B zoning. So not to have one against the other, but just to sort of expand it a little bit, just so we have those options, whether or not we ever choose to go down that road.
So I missed your first comment. You're suggesting that as a different motion to replace?
No, I'm not suggesting it replace the motion that's on the floor now. I thought initially that the motion on the floor now included that.
Oh, I see.
But but apparently the way it was read back, it did not include that. And so I think if staff is coming back with TUP options, I think at the same time, I would like to see some B&B options, if you like, to accommodate some of these goals as well, which may work in some purposes. But I'll make it as a separate motion so we don't clutter up this motion.
Okay, understood. Good. So any more comment on Director Richmond's motion?
Oh, sorry. Can I just clarify? Did I miss that in Director Richmond's motion, or was that not in it?
If I might, well, he was kind of sort of babbling on there, and so I'm not sure if it was part of the motion or whether it was just sort of extra conversation. But anyway, I'm happy to have it dealt with.
I think rather than have this motion grow to 3.5 paragraphs, if we vote on this one and then Director Race can make a second motion. Kristen.
So sorry. So we're voting on the amendment to the motion, and then we will vote on the main motion. So we had the motion of Director Richmond, what I read and which I understood him to have agreed with, and then it was expanded. There was an amendment to that main motion to add an operator on the property and to add area A.
Okay, so let us vote on that amendment, those two items. We'll do that first. So all in favor?
Just on a point of order, Chair, were they moved and seconded, the amendment?
The amendment was moved. I have it as moved.
I'll second it, so we have that.
Thank you.
I thought we had a second. Okay, so I'll call the question. All in favor? Opposed? Motion carries.
Sorry, Director Birch-Jones, did you oppose that?
No, I'm just gonna comment on that. For motion, if you're in favor, don't do anything. Just sit there. You don't need to indicate that you're in favor. The only indication you need to make is if you're opposed. And so, if you raise your hand to say you're in favor, then that results in the confusion that Kristen just had. Are you opposed to it? So if you're in favor, nothing, do nothing. So now we have the amended motion, and I'll call the question on that. All in favor? Opposed? Motion carries. Thank you. Director Race.
Thank you, Chair. And I'll move that staff also bring back options for amending the B&B zoning provisions to expand opportunities for owners for short-term rentals.
Seconded for that? Seconded by Director Stoner.
Sorry. Is that for areas A, B, and C?
Well, we haven't talked about, sorry, we haven't talked about B, but at the moment, I think we're just talking A and C, so I'll make it for A and C.
Okay. So any further discussion or any questions on that? In that case, I'll call a question. All in favor? Oh, sorry, I'm sorry.
Sorry, it's my bad. A cloud is passing overhead, so internet's really spotty in Mount Currie right now. And I keep missing, every time he says it, I miss Director Race's motion. You've said it 3 times and I keep missing it. My apologies.
Oh. Would you like him to say it again? Director Race, could you say it again, please?
So for area A and C, that staff also be directed to bring back options to expand the B&B zoning provisions for short-term rentals, to allow short-term rentals.
Perfect. Okay, I will second it. I just wanted to see if you'd say it the same way.
You're too late to second it.
Testing my memory.
Jeez. Okay, I'm going to call the question on that. All in favor? Opposed? Motion carries. Okay. Now, Alex, that's given you some direction. Do you need anything further? Do we need to talk about enforcement now?
Well,
Go ahead, Alex.
okay. I did want to flag around the enforcement conversation that in the background section of the report where all the previous resolutions are listed from the board meeting of November 28th, 2018, there was a resolution passed around proactive enforcement.
And that was, I believe, rescinded if you keep going.
Okay.
If you keep looking in there. So on page 18 of the report, page 3 of this, page 18 of the agenda, page 3 of the report, November 28, 2018, there's the proactive enforcement at the bottom there. And then if you scroll down to the next meeting, January 30th, 31st, the first resolution under there is that the board amend the bylaw enforcement plan to change it from a proactive to a complaint-based system. So we are currently existing, Kim will correct me if I'm wrong, under a complaint-based system.
Correct.
Okay, so my question was, are you looking for some direction from us in terms of changing that, or?
Only if there is a desire to change that. If
desire to change. Yeah. So my sense from the discussion is that we are comfortable with a complaint-based system, and that as was stated, that once a complaint has been made, then it's not necessary for neighbors to be complaining every week. That once it's in the system, then we can follow through with it. So given that, we don't need to go to do anything further at this time. Kristen.
So Kim, you can help me with this one as well. So if we go back to page, because I believe the bylaw enforcement communication plan has been put on hold until this was to come forward. So if we go back to page, so back to page 3 of Alex's report, page 18 of the agenda. And there it says that at the bottom of page 3, that the board approved the following proposed bylaw enforcement plan with respect to short-term rentals. So proactively, we know that was later changed to complaint-based, but so on a complaint-based basis, like, enforce against unlawful short-term rentals by. So that is now our marching orders. Posting a news item. So those steps would now be our next steps, correct, Kim?
Yes.
So I just want to make sure that the board was still on side with that plan, because it's been a little while now.
There we are. Director Birch-Jones, did you have a comment?
So that would just be information circulated to the areas that were affected, I'm assuming.
Kim, can you speak to what that plan was all about?
Well, we had actually not given that plan a whole lot of thought because we were waiting to get resolution on all of these issues before we started doing any kind of communication.
Yes, but that would be now the plan that we would be following, now that we've got resolution. Or once we have resolution of the item.
that remains in
Yeah,
place.
this is, staff are bringing back, will come back with bylaws for A and C. And I think at that time, it would seem to me that the plan we have for enforcement is not going to change.
We're still operating on a complaint basis, and
Yes.
we're being a little bit more aggressive than usual with the offenders. As I said, we're getting our lawyers involved now.
Good. Okay, Director Crumpton.
I'd like to make a resolution that we get a report back when these TUPs are renewed or up for renewal on, or maybe annually, an annual report on the amount of money spent on enforcing short-term rentals.
Yeah.
Can I have a second of that, please? Seconded by Director Birch-Jones.
Sorry, can I just clarify that? I'm sorry. So to bring back an annual report when the TUPs are up for renew.
No, sorry, I changed halfway.
Okay.
To bring back an annual report that shares the money used to enforce short-term rentals. And that was bylaw as well as legal. And I get that that there's some overlap with noise complaints and that kind of thing. So there'd be some. I understand that this is not a simple piece of work.
Difficult to hear you at the moment, Director Crumpton.
Sorry, I understand that this is not a simple piece of work because it overlaps with noise and nuisance and other things. But if we're going, I just want to make sure that I am attentive to the growth of what is a very small line in the budget now and could grow.
Yeah, I would like to see included in that report some comment on the number of tickets issued, the amount of money collected as part of that whole financial package. I had that moved by Director Crumpton, seconded by Director Birch-Jones. I did. Thank you very much. Any further discussion on that? We're all happy to see that. Okay, I'll call the question. All in favor? Opposed? Motion carried. Okay, Alex, thank you very much. Kristen.
Sorry. So how do we want to leave Area B?
We're leaving it right now.
So no resolution on that. So those will not be brought back. Or
I think if at some point Director Birch-Jones feels the need to have something in Area B, it's incumbent on her to bring a report to the board and set that in motion. Is that okay with you, Director Birch-Jones?
Yeah, I'm really happy to see how this proceeds in the other areas. I do have one other question before we finish on this topic.
Okay. Only one though. Go ahead.
Just reading through in Appendix B on page 29, there's an item that says number 9, where a bed and breakfast use is located within the agricultural land reserve, use shall comply with the Agricultural Land Commission Act and all regulations and orders of the Agricultural Land Commission. Why do we say that? Is that necessary to say? I mean, if it's agricultural land reserve, then they have to follow the Agricultural Land Commission regulations and so forth. I'm just wondering why it's being repeated here. And I know this is just proposed, but it caught my attention.
We put those clauses in our bylaws so that the public is aware that when they look at the zoning bylaw and review their zoning, they are made aware that there are these other levels of legislation that they need to comply with. It's really a bit of a public service so that people know that what we have in our bylaws is not always up to date with what is going on with the ALC.
Okay, thank you. So I would like to thank staff for their contributions this morning and move on, unless there's anything else that absolutely has to be said right now. Hearing nothing. Thank you, Alex. Thank you, Kim. Thank you, Claire. And we'll move on to the next item, which is Director's Reports and Chair's Verbal Update. I'll just wait till everybody's left us and then on to there.
Kristen, do you want me to leave the meeting now, or am I to stay here for the wood fiber discussion?
You can just go into the waiting room.
Okay.
Thanks.
Yeah. Okay. I just have two quick things. I thought that I would take this opportunity to give you, those of you that are not on the committee, an update of our CAO search. We're at the point now where leaders have just sent out to the committee a package of information regarding the people that have been shortlisted or long listed, should I say. And we have a meeting coming up on Monday where we're going to be going through that, that list. The next week, Greg Longster from Leaders will be conducting interviews with people, and the following Monday we get to the point where we will be shortlisting. So that's where we're at the moment. Really no change from the plan that was laid out at the beginning. I don't know if anybody has any questions they want to ask right now. I don't want to get into any of the detail, but I just want to let the rest of the board know that we are moving along, and that's the stage we're at. Okay, and the only other thing I wanted to say, I was thinking whether how I should do this. And I happened to be out in the upper Squamish Valley the other day with a guy, Rob Dombrowski from BC Wildfire, and our Director of Protective Services, Sarah Morgan, was there with us. And he, out of the blue, just volunteered that he was extremely pleased with the way that she worked during that fire, and he was very, very happy with the relationship that he has, that the BC Wildfire have through Sarah's efforts with the SLRD. So I just wanted to pass that on to the whole board. That it was really nice for me to hear somebody make that kind of compliment. Oh God, this thing's dinging around. Okay, so that's.
I can echo that, Chair Rainbow. I also hear a lot of compliments about Sarah's work from various people in the community. She's touched a lot of people throughout Area B, for sure.
Oh, good. Thank you. Thank you. Okay, I don't have anything else. So do we have any late business?
So we'll move receipt on that report, Chair Rainbow.
Oh, I think we should. Yeah, moved by Director Race, seconded by Director Birch-Jones. All in favour? Opposed? Motion carries. I don't believe we have any late business. No. And therefore we will adjourn this meeting. And then we're going to be coming back into the open meeting. So it is 11:20. How long a break would you like at this point?
15 minutes.
How many?
15.
15 minutes. Okay, I'm fine with that. So we will reconvene at 11:35. Okay, and we don't need to change the we're on the same call as we're on right now. So don't go logging off and leaving the meeting. Just temporarily distance yourself. See you in 15.
Hey, Sal, what time are we back? What time?
I think it was 1 minute.
1 minute from now. Okay.
Yeah, 11:35. Yeah, we had one property here that was doing illegal rentals, and it was on a steep property, and the houses really close together on the lake, and it was notorious for big parties and so on and so forth, that people, the renters that were there, and they had so many people one time that they actually overflowed the septic system and it flowed into the lake. Not good.
Verging on bad.
Yeah. Yeah, at the public meeting that we had last summer here, I was there, and there were a lot of people that they're okay if they're rezoned properly, but not the illegal ones. But I think the TUP will help out a lot. It's an expensive process to get rezoned.
It's just, I mean, it may be, I'd be happy to be wrong, but zoning has served us so well. It's just so easy.
So I'm just going to remind everyone we're still live streaming.
Okay.
All good.
That means I have to be nice, does it?
So, Chair Rainbow,
Mm-hmm.
we are going to, so we have 3 resolutions from the Committee of the Whole to adopt when we first go into this. We have the one with respect to the delegation, and then we have the one in respect of the TUP system, and then we have the expansion of the B&B zoning provisions definition.
Okay, can we do those all in one go?
Yeah.
Or
Yeah.
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 So that just needs to be moved and seconded then.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. And then we go in. Oh, I've got to get the right agenda up here.
Hey, Tony.
Mm-hmm.
It's Mike.
What is that? Oh, hi, Mike. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm here. I'm gonna keep my video off for the most part because my internet's really unstable. And when it comes to voting and that, I'll turn my video on. Or if I want to get your attention, I'll turn my video on. But I am here.
Okay, thank you.
You guys just keep freezing and
Okay.
missing all the good stuff.
I've been doing the
Oh, he
same.
just froze.
Jenna freezes for me, and Graham. Graham's often frozen. Like
I could just be intently listening.
no, I doubt it. It's so still. It's like so still.
Okay.
Let me see how long I can hold it. Okay, ready?
Yeah, that looks like you're frozen to me.
Didn't work.
Chair, can I ask that if we are 2 hours into this, that we take another 10-minute break at that point?
Yeah, we will. I've got that down on my notes here.
Graham, is Kim in the waiting room?
No, I just responded, no, she's not. So I will, I can
That was
message her.
that was Claire. Both Claire and Kim aren't in?
Oh, sorry, Kim is and Suzanne is, but Claire is not.
Okay.
I'm looking for 9.4. Where is it? There it is. Prevention. So who are we missing? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9.
I'm here, but you just can't see me.
Oh, that's right. Geez, when other people are not here.
But I can see you.
Oh, you can see me, can you?
Oh, I can.
Oh, you can you? Okay, let's I think we're all 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Oh, we're all here. Good. Okay, let's get this meeting back into order. The first thing we have to deal with are recommendations from the Committee of the Whole. One regarding the delegation by Melissa. The second one, the motion about the TUPs, and the third one, the motion about bed and breakfast definition. So if I could have that we can move them all in one package. So moved by Director Race, seconded by Director Demare. I call the question, all in favor? Opposed? Motion carries. Okay, thank you. So now we move to 9.4, which is where we were at when I disappeared yesterday, and then Jen took over and suspended this. So where?
And we're just waiting for Claire to join us.
Oh, are we? Okay. Where exactly did you break off, Jen? Do you recall?
Yeah, it wasn't, there was no further discussion. We just decided to defer it to today.
Okay, good. So when Claire's with us.
Claire's with us.
There she is. Hello, Claire. Are you hearing us, Claire? Yeah, you are. Good. Okay, good. So we need to move with this. We need some direction to staff on how to respond to this request. So I'd be you'd like to comment. And Claire, do you need to say anything else right now, do you think, or are you happy with where you left it yesterday? Nothing to say right now? I can't hear you. Mike, Graham, I can't hear Claire. Oh, have I frozen again?
No, yeah, her audio's not on. Claire, if you can hear us, check the microphone. There you go.
Pardon me. I believe.
Go ahead.
Are we good?
Yeah, go ahead.
Sorry, where I was saying is I believe where we left off yesterday was that the
What is happening here, Graham?
I'm not sure. Claire, we can hear you. Just make sure that the live stream isn't on in a separate window. That might be causing a problem.
Okay, now you're on mute. Claire, you need to unmute. There we go. Okay, so from your perspective, where were we at yesterday?
Yes, thank you, Graham. That was the case. I had the live stream going. But anyways, where we were yesterday was that it seemed that we did not have time to get into a fulsome discussion that was warranted for the sort of consideration of the wood fiber LNG extension application. And we had gone through the staff report, and there was discussion on the District of Squamish motions that were put forward. And so now really what staff is seeking is some direction in terms of what input we provide to the Environmental Assessment Office on this wood fiber extension application.
Okay. So I guess if we go to your report and deal with each question in turn.
Yeah. And if I may, Director Elliott did sort of highlight where there was controversy with the District of Squamish resolutions. That was a part of our discussion yesterday. I think something also for us to note in the SLRD context, we do have, as Director Elliott brought forward yesterday as well, we have our regional growth strategy that has a new goal all around taking action on climate. We don't have the exact sort of same policies that the District of Squamish has to draw on, and we haven't, you know, the SLRD hasn't declared a climate emergency, but we do have targets that are in our regional growth strategy that we could look to. We also have a strategic direction in our regional growth strategy that speaks to considering sort of these intensive industries in terms of their greenhouse gas impacts.
Okay. Okay, so let's with that little intro, let's take it from there. Let's start with Director Crumpton.
I think that would be a terrific piece to include. From my perspective, this extension should be treated more like a new application because of what has changed. Or maybe it shouldn't be a new application, but it should consider those things that have changed since its original award. And one of those being our RGS commitments to measuring greenhouse gases. So I would love to include all of that information in the comments, asking them to respond and consider and include them in their application.
Okay, thank you.
And thank you.
Dr. Rice.
Thank you. Through to Claire, could you just refresh our memories about what the regional growth strategy says about climate targets? Does it have specific numbers? Is it specific sectors? Could you just let us know?
Yes, through the chair. Let me just scroll up here a second. So under Goal 11, take action on climate change, Strategic Direction 11.1 says the SLRD and member municipalities agreed to adopt provincial greenhouse gas emission reduction targets. This will be pursued by incorporating targets into official community plans. And then there is so the targets are included. The first sort of bullet point's a little bit outdated because it is speaking to 2020, but we do have by 2050 and for each subsequent calendar year, the BC GHG emissions will be at least 80% less than the level of those emissions in 2007. So that is aligned with what the District of Squamish has put forward. So that's something we could draw on. And then the other piece that is relevant to these conversations today, let me just scroll down. Consider impacts. So this is another strategic direction under Goal 11. Take action on climate change, and it states consider impacts to local community GHG emissions and decision making around GHG intensive industries and utilities, liquefied natural gas, and commercial recreation and leisure operations. This will be pursued through development approval and environmental assessment processes and lobbying efforts with the provincial and federal government. So those are two pieces in our regional growth strategy that are relevant to our conversation today.
So Claire, given that we're on a really tight timeline, normally if we had a couple of months, we maybe would engage in this discussion, then send you away and ask you to come back with a report. That's not possible. So I'm thinking of how to manage what we're doing today. So a suggestion that I would make is that as we deal with a point, there doesn't appear to be any real debate about this particular issue. So could we, I don't say do it by way of motion and just move that Claire include those sentiments in our response. And then as we go through it, we would then build up a list of the directions that we've given Claire. And because it's not going to be able to come back to us for approval. Any comment? I saw your hand up, Director Stoner. No? You did.
Happy to jump in. I think that is an appropriate way to go. And I have a draft motion that we can work from if folks would appreciate that.
Yes.
On this particular issue of climate and the regional growth strategy?
Yeah, some general points that could be considered in a staff report or response.
Okay, Claire?
Through the chair, just one piece that would be great to also have clarification on is whether the board intends to support the application or not. So just as in when we're thinking about what direction, a key piece of direction staff is seeking is whether in fact the SLRD wants to support the extension application or not.
Okay, thank you. Go ahead, Dr. Stoner.
So just as a response to that, and you may have spoken about this yesterday, but appreciate staff's request for that clarity and direction. When we had this discussion at the District of Squamish, that did result in more contentious conversation. And so we did choose to separate those out into two different conversations. And so I might propose that we do something similar here and we have a motion specifically around whether we want to support or not support the extension versus what we actually want staff to provide feedback on in the application.
Yeah, I think that you went with us yesterday. My feeling was that was agreed yesterday that we would do the things separately. Director Crompton, was your?
I was just going to second that motion, but if it's already in place, then I'm pleased to carry on.
Okay. Which motions? We haven't actually got a motion yet.
Sorry, I was going to say, I thought that was a motion to separate the consideration, but if you've already separated the consideration into comments and yes, no, then I'm happy to carry on that way.
Kristen, did we have a motion on that yesterday? It was certainly an understanding that I thought we came to. Okay, in that case, let's have a motion on that then to separate the two things so that we know what we're doing. So, Director Crompton, will you make that motion?
Well, why don't I second Director Stoner's motion to separate?
Okay, if that, I didn't know that was actually a motion. I'm falling behind here. Okay, so we have a motion then to separate whether the how to put it in your words to separate the.
I'll move that we provide two sets of direction, one on staff response through the technical working group and a second conversation around board support or not support for the extension itself.
Great.
That sounds like a good motion worthy of my second.
Could I have some discussion on that, please? No, we're honored to have you second that, Jack. Thank you very much.
Honored.
Yes, absolutely. And do we need to discuss that? Any comments, questions, any discussion? If not, I'll call the question. All in favor? Opposed? Motion carries. Good. So now we understand that. Now we're talking about, so what we're dealing with right now then, we'll come to the support or not support when we've done the rest of the stuff. What we're dealing with right now then is a series of suggestions to staff or direction to staff of what should be included in their response. So the first one we're dealing with is the relationship between our RGS and the and climate change, climate action. So I think if we just had a general motion that should be included, would that be sufficient for you, Claire? Okay. Okay, so that's what I'm looking for then.
So you'd like a motion that, see, I'm having trouble with the order of this, that we not support an extension based on that it.
No, we're good. Okay, let me clarify that. We're going to debate later whether or not we actually support or do not support the application. But meanwhile, we do need to give staff some guidance, some direction as to how they can respond to the technical questions. So they're going to be two separate things. We're going to send a report in with whatever we decide we want to include in that. But we're also going to make a motion as to whether we support the renewal of the application or not. So that debate about renewal we'll have later. Right now, we just wanted to go through a series of things that we can that Claire can then take away, put together in a sort of coherent fashion, and send off to the EAO. And we're doing it that way because we don't have the time for Claire to bring anything back to us for approval.
So resolve then that staff include our regional growth strategy and climate references in our feedback on this, something like that.
I think so.
I'm going on mute.
I've got two people here. I've got Director Race and then Director Stoner.
Oops, saying it.
No, you've muted it again. There you go.
Sorry. Okay. So I guess two comments on that. I mean, I generally agree with reference to our regional growth strategy. I mean, it exists. There's really no debate about it. And so what we're really, I think, asking staff to do is point out the provisions in our regional growth strategy, period, end of statement. One of the difficulties with that is that if I heard Ms. Dewar correctly, when she was reading it out, the regional growth strategy, and it was similar to the problem that I had with the motion in Squamish, talks about reducing emissions by a certain percentage by 2030, and then reducing emissions even further by 2050. The difficulty is reducing from what? Because a lot of the provincial legislation and plans are used, in my investigation, are based on a baseline year of 2007. And of course, this project was not emitting anything in 2007. It's not even emitting anything today. It has a proposal, which at the moment is, I think it's about 129 kilotons a year. It arguably, and I made the same argument, I made the comment yesterday, arguably it's already met a lot of that because it started off its proposal as a gas-fired project with emissions of over 400 kilotons a year. And now it's down around 129 by the switch to hydro. So you could argue that it's already meeting those. But the other thing is that with this particular industry, which isn't the same for every industry that we might consider, the province has set guidelines on maximum emissions, and it's enshrined in legislation. And I keep forgetting the name of it, but I mentioned it yesterday, and it is specific to LNG facilities, at least at the moment. There may be other things added later. And the province sets a limit of 0.16 kilotons or tons per ton of LNG. And this proposal at the moment is shown as being less than 3/8 of that provincial limit. So I think we have to acknowledge that. The province is really going to be setting the limits for this industry, notwithstanding what our RGS says or what Squamish's climate plan says. That's the reality of it. And that will dictate the limits. And the other problem I have with this type of a motion, when you're looking at one proposal, is my read of federal and provincial policy is they don't look at these things project by project. They look at kind of, a bit of a wider average to get below these emissions. Some heavy industries will never be able to reach net zero. It's just the reality of it, unless they buy perhaps huge amounts of offsets. But they're trying to find balances in other parts of the economy and society to allow the overall average to get below these limits. And I understand that to be the present provincial policy. I mean, that's how they justified approving LNG Canada, which is gas-fired, by the way. So I think that's the difficulty with these types of motions. But I mean, certainly it is a fact of life. We have an RGS strategy. It speaks to that, and we can just point that out. But once again, I think we should acknowledge in the same breath that at the moment the proposal is well under provincial limits.
Thank you. Claire?
Through the chair, it's maybe relevant to the discussion that some of our strategic directions in the RGS are really looking at impacts to our local GHG emissions, and that any new projects are going to have impacts to our community emissions. And so we're not necessarily looking at a project that doesn't exist and what its emissions are going to be. We're looking at our sort of regional or community emissions and what are contributing to those emissions. So we do have a point around when we're looking at these environmental assessment processes, how do these projects contribute or not contribute to our community emissions in general.
Thank you. And Director Stoner?
Thank you, Chair. So I'll hold most of my rebuttal to Director Race's comments until we touch on the motion that we are subsequently going to talk to as to whether we support an extension or not. I think what our current conversation is focused on is what we think staff should respond to in the technical response to the EAO based on the application. And so from that perspective, the guidance out of the Environmental Assessment Office clearly states a few things. One, that any sort of extension or exemption for an existing certificate will be handled under the new Environmental Assessment Act of 2018. So I think we need to call that out. And in their policy guidelines, it states specifically that they're looking for any new information that has come to light since the original environmental assessment certificate was granted. And so I think it is critical that we outline, one, that we have a new reviewed regional growth strategy, that we include the BC GHG Reductions Act as something that has come to light since 2015, as well as the new Federal Fisheries Act, which are all new pieces of legislation and policy that have since come to fruition since the original EAC. I would also like to suggest that we include the following considerations in our response. A comment on the timing and lack of stakeholder engagement. In that same policy guidance document from the EAO, it states that Before submitting an application, the holder should engage about the extension with Indigenous nations that participate in the EA of the project, as well as any appropriate stakeholders or agency representatives. The fact that we did not receive this to the board prior to the actual having enough time to get it in front of the board before the deadline, I think suggests that that was not upheld. And so I'd like to see that raised in our comments. As well as I think it is, as the staff report pulled out, important to note that there were components that the proponent is currently considering as reasons for delay that were previously brought up in the original EA discussion or application. And so specific to that is the issue of housing, and the proponent uses their requested amendment for their EA for the flotel as a reason for delay. And I think we should call out that that is not an appropriate reason for delay, as we had previously highlighted that as an issue in the 2015 submission.
Thank you. Anyone else? Director Birch-Jones.
I strongly, heartily support all those points. I also, while I was very impressed with all the work that Sea to Sky did and all that was provided, the herring spawn, that was new information for me. I didn't realize that. I sort of thought of Howe Sound as being somewhat decimated by all of the industry and logging and so forth that's happening. And for learning about the herring spawn, which I think was, I mean, we know that it's happening, but the study that the company did with using Hemera, very capable and very expensive consultants, showed pretty optimistic results as far as the herring spawn goes. And I don't see that mentioned as one of the reasons, like it should be how they would be mitigating or working around that should be somehow included in the discussion. I mean, the herring being pretty foundational to a healthy marine ecosystem. That should be included in, is that new information for this company that should be included in the new environmental assessment, is what I'm trying to say.
Director Race.
Thank you. And I tend to agree with Director Birch-Jones. So what is new since the last, the issue of the certificate is the removal of about 4,000 creosote pilings, which, and if you're familiar with the herring spawn issue, creosote pilings kill the spawn. It's the creosote reacts with the eggs. So that alone is an improvement for the herring spawn. And so we could note that. And the second thing is that they made the switch from water cooling, if that ever had any effect on the herring or wild fish populations, to air cooling. So really now there is little impact on water apart from the movement of ships 3 times a month. So we might note that as well as the comments about new legislation for DFO and so forth. I think it's important that we are fair in our comments and balanced. And taking one side and not the other is not that.
Should I reply, or I see Director Stoner had her hand up as well?
Go ahead, Director Birch-Jones.
I think that taking out the creosote soaked, wasn't that part of the cleanup? That's part of the obligation of the company as part of the purchase. I'm not sure that that's, I mean, that's a very good thing that that was done. That is true. That is a true statement.
Yeah, I think they've done a lot of cleanup on that site. They sort of pulled out a lot of the old cement and rebar that was there and sealed off the old dump, because there used to be a little village there, and they sealed off the dump site and stopped pollution going into the sound. So there are some positive things that have been happening in terms of the environment, and they wouldn't have happened without wood fiber being involved. So I tend to agree with Director Race that we should have those kinds of comments in our feedback.
But then sort of on the heels of that, then how will the company continue to accommodate the herring spawn in the future? Because the ocean noise and disturbance is definitely a negative factor in the future if they proceed, right? So it's a double mess.
Director Race.
Well, just a little bit of history about the sound, and I'm not a marine biologist, but the herring came back, and the first place the herring came back to was the area under Squamish terminals, where the pilings were wrapped with some kind of fabric to allow the herring to spawn there. Squamish terminals is, of course, a deep sea port. It has between 6 and 12 ship movements a month, as opposed to 3 contemplated for wood fiber, with tugboats and so forth. So that didn't seem to bother it. And that's the thing that really started the herring returning to Howe Sound, was that particular project. It was replicated in False Creek by the Squamish stream keepers. So I'm not sure that it's accurate to say that the ongoing operations will impact the herring. The big problem with the herring in the Sound has been all of the old piling.
So I've got 2 things down here at the moment. One, that we want to have some comments on climate change and climate action that is drawn from our regional growth strategy and from our strategic plan. That we need to have some positive recognition of positive things that have occurred since the original application. What else? Look at there. Do you want to comment on housing? I should say Councillor Stoner. I feel like I'm in a Squamish council meeting right now, but Director Stoner.
Thank you. I think I've said my piece on this. I do think that we should comment and say that the proponent's suggestion that the requirement for an environmental assessment amendment, their third one for the flotel, should not be considered a rationale for a certificate extension, given that that information was previously known.
Okay.
Hey, Chair Tony, can you hear me?
Go ahead, Russell. Tell the dogs to shut up.
Yeah, Tony, it's Russell. Yeah, hey, I'm just going to have to step away from it.
I guess that was it. He stepped away. Okay. Claire, you're not getting much direction here. Director de Mayor.
I'm just wondering where that working group, how they're involved in this process. Are all the individual ones having to reply also? And just curious on the working group, what their feeling is on the extension? Is there any? Did they have a meeting and discuss it? I'm just curious.
Through the chair, the working group is not a physically active working group at this point in time. We
Oh, we lost you.
And since the EA was issued, we have only been receiving sort of updates through email when there's been an amendment to the EA that has been issued. So for this example, we received an email in April, letting us know, sort of middle of April, informing us that an extension application had been submitted and that we needed to provide input as part of the technical working group to submit input by the May 19th deadline. So that's the extent of sort of how the working group is functioning right now.
Yeah, it's too bad that the working group just didn't have a quick meeting and discuss it as a committee or as a working group, so that they were united on what the, you know, what the intent of that extension, whether they approved it or disapproved of it or came up with some recommendations as a whole. It's unfortunate.
Director Richmond?
There's not an actual motion on the floor yet, is there?
No.
Okay, so how about we get going on that? I'm going to suggest a motion that staff respond with comments to, you know, everything that's been mentioned, and I'm going to miss a couple, but I think we keep straying on it. So stronger climate change targets as per RGS, and targets established by the board, the BCHD Reduction Act and the new Fisheries Act be included as they are new. Comments on poor engagement and timing, you know, not having been given enough time to really properly do this. And the herring spawn concerns be noted as well in the response. And unless I've missed some of the Director Stoner's comments, then I think that's my motion.
Housing.
Housing. Thanks.
Did you just wrap housing into it as well, Mike?
Yes.
Okay.
My voice just went up an octave, that's all.
No comment. Seconded by Director Birch-Jones. Okay. Do we need anything further on that? Sorry, what did I miss? Oh, sorry, Kristen.
Sorry, Director Richmond, when you say herring spawn concerns, do you mean that the comments that Director Race was making in terms of the improvements?
Just concerns about future disturbance to the herring spawn through increased activity that had been noted as per Director Birch-Jones' comments.
Okay.
That's an interesting one, that we would be concerned about the future impact on herring spawn that wouldn't have existed if they hadn't created the spawning in the first place. So we should be careful how we say that.
I don't know. Yeah. That doesn't mean we could not pay attention. Even if that's exactly the case, it doesn't mean we should not pay attention to it. And I think it's to say that with increased activity, monitoring of that is done.
Yep. Okay, that was moved and seconded. Do we need any further discussion on that? Claire, does that give you some guidance, some assistance? It does. Good. Okay. In that case, I'll call the question. All in favor? Opposed? Motion carries. Good. Now, Claire, let me ask you again, is there anything else you would like us to comment on before we get to the next motion that we're going to have about whether we support it or not? Nope, you're okay. So, Director Burch-Jones, are you?
I don't know if we want to wade into this, but I've always had a big problem with the fact that the pipeline and the way that the liquefied natural gas is actually obtained in the north is not part of our consideration here. And I wonder, I realize we're not responsible for what's happening in the north in the SLRD, but I still feel like there's somehow the separating of the projects has always puzzled me. And I don't know if there's a time to inject that thought in here or if it's appropriate, but I suppose if they're looking for, you know, what has changed or this is a time to put in a comment, then separating what this project is doing from where the product is derived is, I have difficulty with that one. So
I think that goes beyond the scope of what we're being asked to do right now, though.
That's fine.
And
I don't agree with that, but I think I understand that's the way that it is.
Yeah. See, we're not talking about Fortis either at this point, because that's a separate consideration. And I understand the argument that it should all be dealt with in one package. But if we started talking about where it comes from up north, we would have some political expression from those northern areas that might be quite contrary to what we might be saying. And, you know, what we're not comfortable with, there's a large degree of support in the north for that because it means so much to them economically. So it wouldn't be an easy discussion. Anyway, so Claire's got some guidance and she knows how she's going to be doing this response to them, which will be shipped off on before Monday or on Monday. And we now need to consider a motion. I anticipated getting a motion that we would either support or not support this application. Director Race.
Well, I'll move that we direct staff to indicate that the board generally supports in principle this project.
That's seconded.
I'll speak to it if I can.
It's seconded by Director DeMeo. Go ahead, Director Race.
Thank you. So this becomes a, you know, on a motion like this, a really wider philosophical debate about some of the things that Director Burch-Jones just mentioned, the source of the thing. And it's been one of the difficulties this project has had is if you try to sort of put a bubble around it and just look at what's going to be at wood fiber, you might come to different conclusions than if you have problems with fracking and transmission and all of that. Personally, I've been up north and visited some of these sites and I don't maybe have some of the same concerns, but I'll put that aside. So from my perspective, the advantage of this particular project is that it would bring in a relatively clean way, and I say relatively, I don't think anything's perfect, but when you compare it, as I did yesterday, to say the pulp mill in Howe Sound, it is less than 1/10 of the emissions of proposed that pulp mill is presently producing. So it is, from my perspective, probably one of the cleanest high-tech forms of heavy industry that you'll be able to find anywhere. And as far as the LNG industry itself goes, it is generally accepted, I think, that it will be one of the cleanest, if not the cleanest, operating facilities in the world when it's built. It is hydropowered. There was a switch made early on as a response to public comment and feedback, and at a significant cost to the proponent, to switch from gas-powered to hydro-powered, and that is still the case. The proponents also entered into discussions with the Squamish Nation in what was described widely as sort of a leading-edge, groundbreaking form of agreement. And the Squamish Nation has conducted its own assessment, independent from the Environmental Assessment Office of the province or the federal government. They conducted their own assessment of this project, and that was really a voluntary move by the proponent. There's no legislation that requires them to do that. And it resulted in an agreement in support of the Squamish Nation. It resulted in a benefits agreement, which has been, in the press at least, published some numbers of possibly up to $1 billion flowing from this project to the Squamish Nation over a 40-year lifespan. Not necessarily $25 million a year, it'll ramp up and depends on production, stuff like that, but significant benefits to the nation as well as jobs and other things. So the Squamish Nation has a significant interest in seeing this project go ahead. It is, it is a heavy industry, there is impact. And personally, I justify it. I mean, I tend to subscribe to climate goals and so forth. And I look at this as a bridge fuel. It's not perfect, if there is one right now. But, over 20, 30, 40 years, I expect maybe the need or the desire for LNG will diminish as technology increases. But right now, the advantage of it from my perspective is it will replace coal. And that's primarily burned in China and India. And India is not one of their target markets at the moment, but maybe in the future. Right now, this proposal is pointed at China primarily as being the consumer of their LNG. And so it doesn't necessarily mean that they will convert plants from coal to LNG. But if they're going to buy it, they're going to use it. And it will either be this one or the next one, which instead of being built with coal, will be built with LNG. And this is largely for energy production, power production. So I think that's an important thing. To Squamish itself, this project means over 100 full-time jobs plus office staff. And those are high-paying, probably unionized jobs. And be 4 shifts of approximately 25 people per shift that will operate this thing 24/7 once it starts. And the other aspect of it, of course, is the taxation and the benefits not just to the Squamish Nation, but the municipality of Squamish. And we have not yet come to a tax agreement, but I mean, just on rough numbers, based on a presentation we had from the Director of Assessments, heavy industry projects tend to assess at somewhere between 10 and 15% of the total project cost. And if you did the math and you applied that against our mill rate, it would come out to taxes of somewhere between, I think it was about $5 and $7 million a year for Squamish. So we haven't finalized that yet. The assessment hasn't happened yet, of course. That's just sort of a ballpark indication from the assessment office of where this might be. So all of that in mind, I am personally in favor of it and supporting this resolution.
Thank you. Director Sloan?
Thank you. And unfortunate that my audio visual cut out when at the start of this conversation. So I think I would have, or if this motion does not pass, I'm willing to put a different motion on the table. But to speak to the one that is on the table, I am not supportive of it. And it's not that I necessarily support or don't support this project. I think that is neither here nor there. I think that what we've been asked to do is to comment on the extension of an environmental assessment certificate and what has changed since then. And to me, what has changed most is that we have a better understanding, clear understanding of how important it is to address climate change and how radically we need to change our societies in order to do that. And so whether this actually acts as a replacement fuel or a bridge fuel or not, to me is not part of this question. I think we need to start to recognize that we need to hold all industries to account to the IPCC report, which says that by 2050, we need to be net zero. And as Councillor Race previously said, that does not preclude them from buying carbon offsets. They may still be emitting carbon, but there are other options, like just down the road where you have carbon engineering, where they could actually potentially sequester that carbon. And so this is requesting, or in my mind, what we need to be doing is ensuring that there's a condition attached to this extension that requires this company to meet those targets. And they're not that far off. We've seen large industries like BP Oil make that commitment. And so if large corporations like BP Oil can actually commit to being net zero by 2050 or earlier, we should expect all of the organizations and companies within our regional district to be doing the same. And we do this with other industries. It's not just with large industries. The BC step code for construction is moving our buildings in that direction and our construction industry in that direction. And so this is not about singling out a specific industry. It's not about singling out a specific company. It's about setting the bar of where we think we need to be in order to meet reduction targets by 2050. So I won't be supporting this motion. And if it fails, I'm happy to put another motion on the table that requires a condition attached or suggests that a condition be attached to the EA extension. Thank you.
Thank you. Director Crompton?
Would an amendment to add the net zero by 2050 be seconded? Or let me make that amendment. I'd like to amend this motion to include a net zero by 2050 requirement.
Seconded by Director Richmond. Any debate on the amendment?
I don't think that makes sense. Maybe I'm not following this.
Okay.
It would tie our support to a commitment to net zero by 2050.
However, okay. What is the original motion? Sorry.
My understanding is that it is a motion to support the renewal of the certificate.
Does that reflect your motion, Director Race?
Yeah,
yeah.
If I might, yeah. So, yeah, and I don't think I actually said those words. I wasn't talking about the renewal because I think maybe I mistook your conversation. The motion I had was generally support the project. And I take Director Stoner's comments, and I was basing that on frankly, on things you said, and so maybe I got it wrong. We are talking about an extension. I think that's correct. And I'm prepared to rephrase that if that maybe makes more sense, to say directly support the extension, or generally support the extension with the comments attached that we previously discussed. So I think that would make more sense, actually, having listened to Director Stoner, because we are talking about an extension. We're not talking about a for this project. And so if the seconder is prepared to go along with that, I'm prepared to consider that a friendly amendment to the original motion.
So the motion would now read then that we support the extension with the condition that they get to net zero by 2050?
No. So my motion would have been, if we change it, would be that we support the extension with the comments that we have previously given staff. We make those comments. And so now it's a second issue, whether we add the net zero by 2050.
Okay, so your seconder indicated that he would support the change to the motion.
Okay.
So that now takes us back to the amendment that...
Point of clarification.
Sure. Okay, Director Stoner.
We've already voted on the comments that staff will be submitting through the technical working group. So why would we... I'm confused about the proposed change to Director Race's motion, that we say that we support the extension and we are still including those comments, but we've already dealt with those specific comments.
Okay, so what I thought we were looking for with this motion was simply whether we support or not support the extension. And then in the discussion, Director Crompton then made the motion that we amend it to include this comment, which we hadn't made before, that the project gets to net zero by 2050. So I think we need to vote on the amendment proposed by Director Crompton, seconded by Director Richmond. That will then create the motion that we can then consider. Director DeMere.
If we're going to disapprove the extension, then we have no say. Even if the staff puts in those comments, we've disapproved it. Those comments aren't going to go anywhere. So because we don't approve it. I think for me, it would make sense to either disapprove and no comments, or approve with some stipulations.
Okay. Okay, Director Race.
Thank you. Yeah, I hadn't actually thought of that, but I maybe misspoke again. To Director Stoner's point, yeah, my motion is to approve the extension, but the reality is we've also just gone through some comments with staff, which I would expect would go along with it, because I think when we approve it, we're saying, you know, with the comments attached. I think it's kind of, I'm not trying to vote on it twice, but I think the reality is that would go off in one letter to the province. We would have the comments and say we generally support the extension, but here are our comments on it. So, well, I'm not trying to do this twice. So I guess it's cleaner just to say, okay, what we have in front of us right now is approving the extension, supporting the extension, potentially with the amendment. So having stopped there, on the amendment issue, it goes to net zero by 2050. And maybe staff can refresh my memory, because when Ms. Dewar was reading out the provisions from the regional growth strategy, I thought I heard that it was reduced by 80% by 2050. And if that's the case, then my comment would be, I don't think we should be adding a condition that isn't consistent with our own legislation. So maybe staff can clarify that.
Yeah, please.
Yes, thank you. Through the chair, currently our regional growth strategy speaks to adopting the provincial GHG emissions reductions targets, and we do include targets, and they do speak to by at least 80% less than the level of those emissions in 2007.
By 2050.
Correct.
Okay, Director Crompton.
At least, Ms. Dewar, that's the term, at least. Okay, so we could go to IPCC targets and still be within the provisions of the RGS using at least. Okay, perfect, thank you.
Okay. Anyone else? Yeah, I'm trying to keep track of this now. So we have a motion that, sorry, Director Crompton, you.
I just want to clarify that my amendment is different than the other comments because it ties our support of the extension to the 2050 targets. The others are comments that we're making on the extension. This ties support to the meeting 2050 targets.
Okay. We voted on that amendment yet? I don't believe we have. So let me try that. Let's vote on the amendment by Director Crompton that, where's Kristen gone? Dodging, well, 1 minute you're over on the left, now you're on the right.
So can I try and read this?
Yeah.
Okay. So our main motion is that the SLRD supports the extension application, blah, blah, blah. Is that fair, Director? Right, like that, like to the blah, you know, who it's to and that. But it's basically just that the SLRD supports the extension application. And then Director Crompton's amendment is as long as or provided that emissions are net zero by 2050. But what kind of wording? Provided that, conditional upon.
Provided wood fiber LNG commits to net zero by 2050. And
Okay.
not just commits to it, but it's actually in the extension.
And we will we will be checking on that.
So provided that wood fiber is required to commit or required to deliver upon or, okay.
Director Race.
Yeah, and I think if I can help, the correct wording would be the extension is conditional upon meeting these targets, without going into the detail, but it's a condition of the extension is the words. And so you end up with an EA certificate, and that is now, and there's, I don't know, maybe 100 different conditions. That is now a new condition that is added to the certificate if it extends. They're called conditions.
But the SLRD's support is conditional
upon conditions.
Upon conditions being placed on the.
Yes.
Good. That's it.
Okay, so.
Can I just say, I very much appreciate Director Race's support in the crafting of the amendment. I'm then assuming his support as well.
Yeah, and now perhaps we could vote on the amendment. All in favor? Opposed? You're opposed? Who's opposed? Oh,
Director Race.
But I saw your hand go up as well, and you.
No, I was in favor.
So Director Race is opposed. My information is that Director Mack has left the meeting and has not come back at this point. So I do not. Okay, so just Director Race opposed to the amendment.
Yes.
Vote. Okay.
That's interesting. We now have an amended vote motion to which the original proposer objected. Anyway, presumably we can vote on that. Yes, I don't see any reason why we can't. So, do we need any further discussion on this amended motion? No. Call the question. All in favor? Jack, you're not supposed to be putting your hand up for in favor. It's confusing. So, opposed?
Opposed.
Motion carries. Thank you.
So no one opposed the main motion?
No, that's correct.
Okay.
That was the main motion as amended though, right?
Yeah, yes, as amended. Good. Do we need to do anything else on this? Claire knows what she's going to be doing. We know what we've just done. Yes, we do. Anything else on wood fiber? I propose that we move along then. And our next item is 9.8, if I'm not mistaken. I think we've done the others, have we not, Kristen?
Our next item is 9.8.
Request for decision on mutual aid agreements for response to COVID-19. Do you want to just give us a quick briefing on that, Kristen? Because it's kind of a special thing that's come up, isn't it?
Yes, so.
Hang on, just 1 minute. Director Ford?
Sorry, are we going to take a break for lunch, or are we just going to? I'm.
Okay.
I can go and get my lunch and turn my camera off if.
I'm just looking at the. Yeah, if we. What would you like? 30 minutes now? Do you need
No,
that?
like 15.
Another 15 at this
If
point?
that's okay.
I'm comfortable with that. I'll go along with the group. So
I don't want to make this meeting longer. I just,
no,
I'm going to get cranky.
It's 12:44. We'll start at 1. Okay? Good. 1 o'clock. Don't lose the connection though. Okay. And don't say anything you shouldn't say because we're still live.
I was gonna say, is it possible to turn the live feed off? Don't have to. I'm gonna go get my lunch. You may have already left.
It is possible to turn it off. It's just
Graham,
complicated turning it back on.
Graham, you could put everyone in the waiting room.
That's true. I'll do that.
Okay.
Oh, okay.
Thank you, Graham.
Thank you.
Hey, Councillor Race, I just wanted to thank you, or Director Race, thank you for your excellent work crafting that amendment that was successful.
Thank you. And then I voted against it.
So it must have been interesting in the council meeting on Tuesday.
Yeah. We've been through that for years. It was a 4-3 split, and we had a 4-3 split with different people last term. It's the way it is.
Jeez, there we go. Kristen or Graham, have you heard from Russell? Or is Russell there?
Here.
Oh, good.
I'm here, Tony.
Great. Thanks, Russ. Okay. let's get moving then. So we're on to, well, we were on to 9.8, which is a requirement from the provincial government for us to develop mutual aid agreements for response to the COVID-19 pandemic. Do you want to just give us a quick briefing on that, Kristen?
Sure. So Ministerial Order 84 encourages local authorities to begin planning for potential disruption of services in event of pandemic impacts on the ability to deliver services so as to ensure continuity of services. So this report addresses that requirement. And if we're not able, we're required to make best efforts to enter into these mutual aid agreements with neighboring local authorities. And if we're not able to, we have to report back to EMBC. So this is just the authorization to go out to the, to the member municipalities, and also to the Thompson-Nicola Regional District and to Lions Bay, and try and get those agreements in place to the extent that we're able to.
So I think, Kristen, we could entertain a motion that covers all three of the, or was it four? No.
I can move all four that's.
Who said that? Okay.
I'd like to move all four that's.
Director Birch-Jones. Moved by Director Birch-Jones, seconded by Director Demare. Any question of Kristen? Any discussion? No. I call the question. All in favour? Opposed? Motion carries. Thank you. So now we go. We go to.
So 9.9, Suzanne can be brought in, please, Graham.
Oh, remind us what 9.9 is.
This was the item that was removed from the consent agenda.
Oh.
So it was originally.
The Climate Action Revenue Incentive Program Survey.
5.4.2, wasn't it? Or, yeah.
Yeah.
So originally, if you want to find it on your agenda, 5.4.2. Information Report, Climate Action Revenue Incentive Program Survey 2019 Greenhouse Gas Emission Results. Who pulled that?
Director Birch-Jones.
Who pulled it?
Director Birch-Jones pulled it.
Okay. So what did you want to do with it, Vivian?
I did. I wondered, okay, first of all, I'm astonished. I mean, I'm delighted that the Lillooet landfill is contributing what appears to be 100% of our carbon credits, and that we did even better last year than we did this year. Is that right, Suzanne?
Yeah, they've improved that composting program at the Lillooet landfill, where they're actually doing a lot more work, more wood chipping, like more other normal household waste that they're composting, and it's just getting bigger and bigger every year, so that means the offset actually gets bigger as well.
All right, so I'm really interested in this, and I wonder if when we talk in July about our climate action plan with the SLRD, can we please talk about how we're doing this carbon credit program? I'm wondering, for example, in the event that we proceed ahead with the solar panels, so that's at the recreation center in the municipality of Lillooet, then will we be counting that? Like, so I just would like to have a bit more time on that topic. So I would like to move that we add the our carbon credit program to the discussion that we have about our climate action in July at the July board meeting, please.
Okay. And just a note that may be moved from July, that item.
Just to have
when it's heard.
To tag it with that.
Okay.
I think we could do better, and I'd like to.
So you're gonna move that?
Yes, please.
Be added and seconded by Director de Mayor, and I call the question. All in favour? Opposed? Motion carries. Okay, thank you, Director Birch-Jones, and Kristen, you've got a note of that.
Thanks,
So
Suzanne.
we can now go back to. Okay, so that was, so now we're on 10.1. I really don't have anything to say, or I choose not to say anything. So we'll just have a quick spin around, and maybe we could keep it to 1 minute or less. And I can go in the, how will I do it? Because my screen keeps bobbing around. I'm going to start up in the north. Well, I'm going to start with A, area A.
I'll try to keep it under a minute. I just want to talk in about the community support program that we partnered with Lillooet Food Bank. We're into our second month, and we have a number of participants. And the program, the way it works, is use coupons. They received 5 coupons a month ago, and now they're into their second month with another 5 coupons. And hopefully we'll continue doing some fundraising to keep it going. It's working out very well. The tree planting that's in our area, 1.5 million trees, is running smoothly, and I haven't had one complaint from it yet. The Braylor and Sewer project is in its final stages of completion, and the staff has helped me, and I'm slowly coming up to speed on it. And eventually we're going to have a community meeting, because there are some financial concerns that the residents have. And we've, Community Futures is applying for, in the Community Futures in Ashcroft is applying for an NDIT regional business liaison position, very similar to what the district of Lillooet has now. They applied for it, and we partnered with them with a bunch of other communities that is in Community Futures Ashcroft area, and hopefully that gets approved, because that'll help on the recovery side, and also help people create their COVID safety plans, etc. So if we get that, that's going to be very positive also.
Great, thank you.
Yep.
Area B.
Thank you. I'm really looking forward to seeing some progress on the energy refit at the recreation center. I wish it was happening already. The virtual farmers market is being set up, so that's exciting. It will complement our somewhat reduced regular farmers market. People are excited about that. The weather has been absolutely stunning for the growing season here, just the right amount of rain. So a lot of produce is coming. We're starting to see that now. As Area B, the NDIT grant writer that we have, she's amazing. And just one small success recently is she's assisted the golf course with summer student program and some funds towards maintenance equipment and so on that they need. And the golf course is just hopping, and it's really nice to see. And it's being managed by the same fellow that manages our local food store. And so all the social distancing is being observed, and no sheep have been damaged, Tony Rainbow, just so you know, at the Sheep's Pasture Golf Course. We are really handicapped in rural Canada by the lack of broadband internet services. It is a huge issue, made really even more obvious in this COVID crisis, where we're relying on our computers. That's all I'll say. Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Lillooet, Director Weeb, you get a second kick at the can.
I think because of our time frame and the fact that I did the regional moment, other than saying everybody's doing what they should be doing in Lillooet, I will pass it on.
Thank you. And I'll make no comment to what you just said. Moving down the road, Pemberton. Mike, Director Richmond.
I'll keep it brief. You know, reopening a couple of weeks. It's actually been quieter around town the last 2 weeks than it was just prior to the phase 2 reopening. But we're all building back towards that. We've got a task force put together on recovery and relaunch, and it's not just looking at business. It's looking at social fabric, mental health. You know, as much of important components and sectors of our community as possible. So that's just started. And we've also scheduled a meeting with our local First Nations and partners and tourism board to have a discussion about how we want to talk about tourism here, how we want to message out, how we want to invite people back, what that looks like. We've talked about that on other calls. So that's something we're going to do locally and then coordinate with all of you to let you know what we're doing there. So yeah, busy times. We're all rolling with it and adjusting. So I think it's good.
Thank you. So the Royal Municipality of Whistler, who's going first? Ladies first, I think.
Go ahead, Jack, if you're ready.
Oh, no, I'm not. I'd like that. Ladies first, go.
Whistler has been quiet. I think the message was received in a lot of ways that we look forward to welcoming the Lower Mainland, just not yet. We opened the parks this week. We opened the parking lots to those parks. And we have park ambassadors out educating and helping people understand what the expectation of our park space use looks like now. Few challenges with getting some of our properties, some of our parks need upgrades, and a lot of work was done during the full closure. So we had a lot of the work that needed to be done in the fall for Meadow Park, for example, has already been done, which is awesome. So it saves us doing that work when it's inconvenient. Overall, our community has never been tighter. It's really exciting to see how everyone has really rallied around taking care of the community fabric. We're looking towards a really holistic recovery. We're still in response, but our recovery is really, really important to, every community is feeling that way. Ours is going to be different. Our traveler isn't going to come back as quickly as, that's our economy. So we're coming up with ways to support our community in spite of that. I don't know, I think I've said a lot and happy to answer questions, I guess.
I have just one question. I recognize the difficulty you have with the fact that you can't get international travelers right now. And so you must have a lot of vacancy. And so are you going to do anything that will encourage relatively local people to come to Whistler?
Great question. I'm going to let the mayor answer that.
Very good. Thank you.
It's already happening. A lot of people are making bookings for this summer. We're busy this weekend, which is a challenge. I mean, yesterday, the premier extended the state of emergency for 2 weeks, and the tourism season is right upon us. And so we want to safely welcome people to the community. To be, really straightforward about it, the destination visitors aren't a huge part of the mix in the summer months. It's really the winter where we see it. 75% of the visitation is coming from people on planes. Our goal is a safe relaunch of the tourism sector. And so there's a lot of work being done to coordinate the different sectors. And I think one of the things that I've been really trying to sort through in my own brain and in as many conversations as I can have with people is that the province, through WorkSafe BC, have all these sector plans around restaurants, hotels, activity providers, but there's no resort plan. And so in my view, I think that there's some responsibility for us to take all of these sector plans and sort of consolidate them into something that would give us direction as a resort. And so we're doing that work. And then also a big deal for me personally is I think the provision in this UN Sendai framework that we build back better is guiding the way I think about this and the way a lot of people in our community think about this. And there's a real eagerness from Whistlerites to contribute. They have great ideas. They want to share those with us, and we want to receive them. So over the next couple weeks, month, and moving forward, one of our big goals is going to be to hear about what that better Whistler is. We need to recover. We need to relaunch. We need to have the robust tourism economy that we had moving into this, but there's also an opportunity and I think a responsibility to think about what better is for us. And so I think that's exciting work, and it's something that we'll be putting a lot of work into. We'll be doing some town halls where we'll be opening up to the whole community and asking them to come and share their thoughts with us about where we go. We'll be doing some surveying and really trying to engage with what the big ideas that our community has for us. So that's work I'm excited about getting accomplished. And I think, to Councillor Ford's points, that is going to be really important to build on what she points to, like a close-knit community right now. That's an opportunity that doesn't often present itself in a lot of our communities, and we need to take advantage of it and I think recognize it and say, isn't this great, the way that we've pulled together and taken care of each other? How can we continue to be that kind of community moving forward? That's all I got.
Thank you. Of course, I forgot when I came over with the Duffy to Pemberton, I forgot to go to Area C. Russell, are you there?
I'm here, Tony. Yeah, I guess just from conversations with people in our area, Naquaqua, interesting to see how things do reopen, the parks and whatnot. Had conversations with Ponderosa on the High Line, Lillooet Lake Estates, Birkin, and hopefully the way things have been going with the amount of rain we've been getting, we're not too bad off fire season wise at this point, but we've all had conversations that will probably come. The Highline Road is still, I guess it's open in an emergency. We're sort of worried about that come fire, if we do have a fire along the lake. So anyways, we're working on that. I know Vivian is too. So yeah, just looking forward to getting things reopened and get our economy back, because that too is devastating a lot of people. So anyways, hope it all works out good. Thank you.
Thank you. So continuing my little tour of the area, I get down to Squamish. I think the senior councillor should speak first. Jenna's nodding her head.
He's also acting mayor right now. So.
Oh, well, there you go. But he's not speaking. I can't hear a word you're saying.
Oh, there we go.
There you go.
Yeah. So not much to add. We are just starting to go through this reopening process at City Hall and throughout the district with different municipal operations and parks, and that's starting to phase in. The gondola, however, has opened. Right now, I think it's just for pass holders, which is essentially locals, but we'll be opening, I think, for general traffic on June 1st. So we'll see how it works out. They've got a lot of tricky social distancing measures planned, with respect to who gets into what gondola and things like that. But a step in the right direction for them. You may recall that they reopened on Valentine's Day, February 14th, after having cable and found themselves closed about a month later. So a bit of a spotty year for them. So hopefully this will carry on. And that's it. That's all I have to talk about.
Thank you. I told Kirby there's going to be an earthquake in a month. I'm going to shut him down again.
Don't even joke about that.
He was happy to talk to me. Yeah. Great, Director Stoner.
It was about a potential for a wildfire the first week of April, and 2 days later there was a wildfire in Area D. So careful what you comment about. The only things I'll add are a few things that have come across council's table and/or projects that have been delivered in the last little while, which I don't know if they've been touched on here. The main one that comes to mind is the bridge project, which is temporary housing for our most vulnerable, 48 spaces, which is a joint project between BC Housing, the district, and Squamish Helping Hands. That was put up in Honaic Park. So right downtown, there's some temporary Landsea housing, which will be in place until October and help transition folks until the Under One Roof project comes to fruition in October, which is led by Helping Hands. So that's great that we have a space for about 48 individuals to be able to appropriately self-isolate and be housed during this period. Council also endorsed the Squamish Child Care Action Plan a few weeks ago. And unsurprisingly, we know that childcare is a huge issue in our community, but it clearly identifies that our current access rate is at 20%. So 20% of kids under the age of 12 have access to childcare. We've set a target that we want to increase that rate to 30% by 2030. That will require creating 720 new spaces in the next 10 years. And that's, the report breaks it out into zero, like toddler, young children, and then 6 to 12. So we have a lot of work to do ahead of us on that file, but that was an interesting project that came to council recently. And then we've also been doing our new sustainability manager has been doing a 4-part lecture series on climate change, its impacts to Squamish, and mitigation and adaptation opportunities. That's every Wednesday at 7 p.m. He's doing a virtual lecture series. Now we
Thank you. I just got one thing that I'd like to share. As you know, we had the fire, as Jenna just mentioned, we had the fire in the Upper Squamish, which couldn't have come at a worse time. I mean, the emergency operations people were already working flat out, and then they had this to deal with as well. So really, thanks to the District of Squamish for the way that their staff worked seamlessly with ours, and that really was good to see. But as a result of that fire, BC Wildfire decided that they wanted to use the Upper Squamish Valley as a case study to show how some preventative work can have a positive effect on the effects of a fire. And if you go up there, if you get a chance to go and look around, you'll see areas that were burned completely, and then houses standing there completely untouched. There's one little hobby farm where they had a shed that was probably 20 feet from the house, and the shed had a shake roof. It burned to the ground, and all that happened to the house was a little some of the vinyl on the outside melted and needs to be replaced, but the house itself was untouched. So BC Wildfire decided that they could use this recent fire while they can still see lots of burned trees and things like that, and make a video to promote FireSmart. And so they invited Sarah, and Sarah invited me, and we went up there, and I don't know who they interviewed. They interviewed some of the homeowners around there, the people from the Ashlew Foundation. They shot lots of film, and the net result is going to be a promotional video for FireSmart, and why you should be doing fire smarting, and what a local homeowner can do without having to rely on government or the fire department. So that will be sent to us as soon as they've got it ready, and once we get it, I'll be happy to share it with everybody. So look for it in a cinema near you in the near future. Blockbuster. That's it. Thank you. Furry Creek continues. Oh, Director Crompton, you should know that 2 of my neighbors who usually in July go to New Brunswick for 3 weeks have decided this year that they're going to go to Whistler. I didn't hear any applause, but I'll pass on your thanks. So let's move on. Correspondence for action 11.1, request for support, Association of Canadian Cannabis Retailers, whatever that is. Physical distancing. Correspondence for action.
Move receipt.
Seconded by Dr. Stoner. Any discussion? Call the question. All in favor? Motion carried. Oh, opposed. Sorry. Motion carries. 11.2. Did we deal with that? Oh, Blackcomb helicopters. No, there we go. Okay, so we have a response here to the questions that we raised about the application by Blackcomb helicopters. If I can find it. No, wrong one. Lost it. What's your wish with that?
Graham, has Pip joined us?
She's in the waiting room. I can admit her.
Oh,
can you bring her in, please?
Okay. Sorry, I forgot Pip was coming in first.
Oh,
There
that's
she
okay.
is. Hi. Pip, we just got to the item on Blackcomb helicopters. So what would you like to tell us about that?
Yeah, no, not a problem. Good afternoon.
We just got to the item on Blackcomb helicopters. Where'd that come from? What would you like to tell us about that?
I have a short summary.
Do you have your live streaming on, Pip?
One moment, sorry. There we go. How's my audio now? My apologies.
Perfect.
Good. Okay. Yeah, I've got a short overview. Please excuse me while I refer to my notes over here. So this is this tenure application has been coming through to the SLRD a couple of times. It was first received in 2018, and it was not supported by the SLRD. The SLRD provided additional comment in 2019 on some of the trails within the tenure application that overlapped with the Pemberton Creek Community Watershed. The application came back again in February 2020, and the SLRD submitted a letter in April this year, which provided comment on that revised application. It sort of stated the remaining concerns that the SLRD had, and also a couple of new concerns that were raised by that revision. And this May 2020 correspondence is in response to that. So what we've received is a memorandum from Cascade Environmental, who are acting as the agent for Blackcomb helicopters, and also some comments from the ministry and an updated management plan. So the management plan, which is dated May 6, 2020, there's a couple of items of note in there, a couple of things that have changed. The first one is that a trail area has been removed in response to concerns with the goat winter range provincial guidelines. So the management plan is now addressing a single trail. The initial application was multiple trail areas, and it is now down to a single trail called Ipsut South. So that addresses both the goat winter range and potential concerns with grizzly bear use in the Rutherford Ridge Wildlife Corridor. So as a result of removing this trail, the number of flights per day and the client day forecasts have been revised down, and that has been restated in the management plan. It's also resulted in a change to the flight paths. There's now a single flight path from the airport across the Green River to the lower Rutherford staging area, which would be limited to one per day. And the actual guiding area, there's no proposed flights over residential or ALR lands. The management plan also addresses safety concerns with bike traffic returning to the lower Rutherford staging area via the Rutherford FSR and the Highway 99 crossing. So to summarise, I can sort of provide a brief summary of the issues the SLRD had remaining and how they've been addressed in this correspondence. So the SLRD was concerned with the impacts of heli hiking, because that had been raised as a new use in February 2020 revision. So both the Cascade Environmental Memorandum and the province believe those impacts have been addressed adequately in the management plan, and there's no concern from the province there. First Nations consultation was marked as outstanding. That is ongoing with the through the Cascade Environmental Memorandum. It's ongoing. The consultation is ongoing and the involvement is ongoing, and the province believes the consultation is considered complete. The wildlife concerns, as previously stated, they have actually removed a complete trail in response to comments from the province on the goats and the grizzly bears. Economic impact is addressed in the Cascade Environmental Memorandum only. Their statement is that there's now the reduction in trails will lead to a reduction in commercial benefits to Pemberton. However, they still note that there would be opportunities for staff at the Pemberton base, and also the intention is there to work with Lillooet Nation to provide opportunities there. Overlap with the Pemberton Creek Community Watershed, the Ipswich Trail has been amended and it is now lying outside the Community Creek watershed, and that has been checked by Cascade Environmental and the province as well. The SLRD raised a concern about e-bikes, which was a new inclusion in February. The statement via Cascade Environmental is that the remaining trail, Ipswich South, is not within a BC provincial park. So the BC provincial park policy on e-bikes is not relevant. Both the BC parks and the recreation sites and trails e-bike policies state that e-bikes are allowed where cycling and mountain biking is already permitted. The statement through the Cascade Environmental Memorandum is that if that Ipswich Trail is approved as a mountain bike trail, the e-bikes would be permitted on that trail under those policies. The SLRD raised concerns with the lower Rutherford staging area because of this sort of intersection of the sort of industrial area there, the Forest Service road traffic, and also obviously the Highway 99. So they've done work with both the Ministry of Transport, the resource manager for the FSR, and the Moti gravel pit area, and they have outlined in the management plan some communication protocols for addressing those issues. There's also a snowmobile underpass there, which they intend to use for cyclists to go under the highway with just a short amount of riding on the highway to get back to that staging area. One of the specific requests from the board was a comment from the province on the tourism use as it refers to the Clean BC plan. That comment hasn't been received from the province yet. They've noted it and they will be following up, but that is still outstanding. Blackcomb Helicopter addressed it, and they did want to point out, through Cascade Environmental, that they have been carbon neutral on their tourism flights since 2018. They utilise a Canadian carbon management company called Offsetters to address that issue in their operations. And they made a note that they're looking at adding or exploring solar arrays for the Whistler base as well. But again, that Clean BC plan comment, which was requested by the board, has not come through from the province yet. In terms of other outstanding items, as far as I can see, we're still looking for heli-biking policies from Helicat Canada. Those seem to be in development because it is a new use. And obviously it's the board's satisfaction with the community support, the economic impact, and the e-bikes as well. So that's a brief summary. Is there anything else?
Thank you, Pip. Does anyone have any questions or comments? Russell, how do you feel about this now?
No, I feel much better about it. It is scaled back dramatically from where it was originally. So I think, yeah, I'm fine with it now. Maybe we need to get Mayor Mike's take on this as well.
He's poised and ready. Go ahead, Director Richmond.
I think they've, through the whole course of this, and great report, Pip, by the way, that was really clear, good history. I think they've been quite responsive. You know, I'd say all of the concerns that have been brought up through all of the processes have been answered to. So, you know, I'm happy to see there's no flight pass over residential. The watershed is dealt with. You know, the Rutherford Trail with regards to the goat. All of that, they've responded well. So I'm pleased with the process myself.
Good. So, Pip, what do we need to do now? Do we need to send a letter to the ministry or?
Well, I think at this stage, the SLRD is still in the position of not supporting it. So if that has changed based on the revisions that we have here, then I believe they would require an additional comment.
Sorry, are they asking, or did they not just ask us for comments? Like, we were referred this. I don't think we're being asked for an approval or not approval, are we?
They have not requested in this latest correspondence approval or not approval. However, this is in I'm not 100% sure. There's no timeline or date or request for more comments. So yeah, I look to your direction as to what would be appropriate there.
Rich Richmond?
I think I would just move to receive at this point. If there's a further request for our input, we can give it. I think they've answered to what we've requested, and we receive and leave it at that. I could be wrong, though. I'd like if others on the board feel that we're being expected to correspond again, let me know. But otherwise, I'm going to move to receive.
And I'll second that.
Okay, thank you. The only question I had here was, it said with comments on the province's Clean BC Air Plan or BC Plan to follow separately. So we've got something else coming from the province. So the motion right now is simply to receive this. Okay, that sounds fine. Any other comments? I'll call the question. All in favor? Opposed? Motion carries. Pip, thank you very much. I'd like to comment also that was very clear, very succinct, as usual.
Oh, thank you. Appreciate the feedback. Thank you all.
Thanks,
Pip. Well done.
We'll now move on to, I bet Director Mack's going to stay awake for this one. Ministry of Transportation Winter Maintenance Response Letter. Who's involved in that, Kristen?
No one is involved, and they're not really asking for anything other than I just thought that I just pulled it out of the consent because I thought Director Mack, they're going to be getting back to us with a meeting. So subject to any comments from.
I think we should just receive this at this point.
Second.
Yeah. Okay. I'll call the question on that. All in favor? Opposed? Motion carries. Russell, I just should mention to you that Michael Braun phoned me to tell me this letter was coming. And he sounded quite sincere about wanting to make some positive change up in your area. So I hope that translates into action.
Yeah, that's wonderful. I haven't heard a word from him.
Well,
we'll see where that goes, Tony.
Yeah, we'll obviously we'll see. Any additional late business, Kristen? No. So now we got late business. Braylon Stewart Project, Director DeMere. Do you want to speak to that, Director DeMere? You want to move?
Yeah, I'd just like to move it.
Okay. And seconded by Director Birch-Jones. Any questions for anybody? This is something beyond the scope of EAD, by the way. That's why it's here at the board. So I'll call the question. All in favor? Opposed? Motion carries. 14.2, request for funding, Pemberton Valley Diking District, Lillooet River Early Warning System.
I'll move that.
Seconded by.
And that's from amenity funds.
That's from where?
Amenity funds.
Amenity funds.
That's why it's here.
Second.
Seconded. Okay, Kristen, did you have a comment on that, or was that?
Director Mack, you had indicated that you wanted to see if gas tax funds were eligible for that, which we don't think it is, but we were going to make that request. So do you want to have it gas tax funds if possible and otherwise amenity funds?
Yes, that's fine.
Okay.
Okay, good. So with that adjustment, I'll call the question on that. All in favor? Opposed? Motion carries. Director's notice of motion. No. So now, let me get the order of business correct here. We need a resolution now to move back into closed. So moved by Director Birch-Jones, seconded by Director Ford. For the question, all in favor? Opposed, motion carries. Now, we need to leave this this meeting And Graham will be setting this up, or we need to call back in. Is that right, Graham?
Graham, do you want
Yeah,
to turn off? Do you want to turn off the live stream right now, please?
Right, so I'm gonna.
Thank you.